Lay down. Lay down, girl. What's up? Lay down. Good girl, mama. Good girl, lay down. I ain't never had this kind of feeling in my life.
Let's get it. We live.
Supremacist country. Go ahead,
Yes.
Tariq.
How's this gonna work? Let's see.
The topic is America a white supremacist country? Not only
Uh-oh.
is America a white supremacist country,
Can we hear
we
anything?
live in a complete white
can't hear.
supremacist world.
Turn
The
this-
whole entire planet is completely dominated in all areas.
White supremacist
Why
country.
not work? 'Cause
Go ahead,
Yes. Yes, so the topic is America a white supremacist country? Not only is America a white supremacist country, we live in a complete white supremacist world. The whole entire planet is completely dominated in all areas of activity by systematic white supremacy. Not only is white supremacy a system, white supremacy is a religion, and I'm going to prove that on today's show. And in a religion, there has to be a God, there has to be a devil. White people who believe in white supremacy have made themselves into the gods. Black people are the devil, and there is no beginning or end to this system of mistreatment.
White supremacist country. Go ahead,
Yes. Yes, so the topic is America a white supremacist country? Not only is America a white supremacist country, we live in a complete white supremacist world. The whole entire planet is completely dominated in all areas of activity by systematic white supremacy. Not only is white supremacy a system, white supremacy is a religion, and I'm going to prove that on today's show. And in a religion, there has to be a God, there has to be a devil. White people who believe in white supremacy have made themselves into the gods. Black people are the devil, and there is no beginning or end to this system of mistreatment of black people. It's a boogeyman concept. In horror movies, you have the boogeyman like Freddy Krueger, like Jason, like Michael Myers. And what makes these movies turn into franchises is that you don't know the origin of these monsters and you don't know how to get rid of the monsters. And that way you can scare people into perpetuity. The white supremacists have done this with systematic racism. Black people are the boogeyman. I'm going to scare you. Give me money for the next religious sermon. So that's what I'm going to prove today, that white supremacy is a complete global system that dominates all areas of activity.
All right.
Wow.
Go ahead and respond, Jared.
Well, I'm fascinated to hear that white supremacy dominates the world. I suppose that means that white supremacy dominates Japan and Korea, China, all of these countries that are being extremely successful and are better than white countries in export balances, in the kinds of standard of living that they're achieving. Seems to me it's a pretty ineffective white supremacy if it's permitting these non-white countries to advance faster than white countries are. At the same time, in the United States, it seems to me that if it is a white supremacy,
It's crazy to think you have a country. It's crazy to think you have a country.
it's one in which it is organized strictly for the benefit of whites so that they can dominate and rule over people of other races. I would assume that that's what's meant by white supremacy. Under those circumstances, it seems to me quite contradictory that we have an immigration policy that is reducing whites to a minority. It's difficult to me to understand why whites, if they really want to dominate, they are prepared to reduce themselves to a minority in which they have less influence, less power, less ability to make the country reflect their own character.
Really going to affect and work for y'all niggas.
Yeah.
That's what's about to happen.
Yeah. Get everybody to love minorities, and half the world ain't even going to know that y'all are minorities. Yeah. Exactly.
So, in a white supremacist society, presumably whites would be on top in all fields.
Yeah. Now y'all the minorities, niggas don't know that. Everybody, woo, I fight for the minorities. And yeah. No. Fuck fight for y'all pretty much. Yeah. Because y'all are really the only minorities.
Why is it that Asians have a higher per capita income, much more likely to get into an elite school? Why do even Hispanics, for example, have a higher?
First off, how are we still racist in 2022? It's like, if you don't realize what some of the stuff you're saying is racist, it's kind of weird. It's like, that's kind of racist, you know, right? Like, you can't just say a blanketed statement like white countries and like. I can't believe you said that. Like, white countries are better than black countries. What the fuck does that mean, bruh? I can't believe you said that. That's so blanket. That's like, that's kind of racist, you know that, right? Like, I don't know if nobody ever said that's racist, but that's racist, bro. If you even say white and black is like something. And then he used Japanese and Chinese people. Right. As the reason why there's no white supremacy. Yeah. I was gonna have white supremacy, and China's doing great. That's insane. They're white too, sir. Fuck.
Expectancy than whites. There are many respects in which the United States is not organized in a way that gives power to whites or that results in whites being on top of everybody else. All of these things would be completely impossible if the United States really were organized in a white supremacist way.
Okay, let me address all those things in unison. First, you said if we were in a white supremacist world, places in Asia like Japan, China, and Korea would not be doing better than white supremacist nations. Understand, China, Korea, Japan, and all the Asian nations are completely dependent and under the subjugation of white supremacy. There was an old saying in the United States, you don't have a Chinaman's chance in hell. They are allowed to thrive by white supremacists. They can stop them from thriving at the drop of a hat. As a matter of fact, speaking of Japan, they blew up Japan at one point and then helped them get rebuilt back together. So the white supremacists dominate those Asian nations. Let's talk about Korea. We're talking about blowing up Korea right now because Korea is not playing ball, so to speak, and they just put trade sanctions on North Korea. So they can put sanctions on countries, they can blow up countries, they can do anything they want to countries, create computer glitches, do anything they want to destroy these nations anytime they feel. They let them thrive. The opposite term is let. Here in America, for a long time, Asians were looked down upon. Then all of a sudden, when they had the civil rights movement in the 1960s, Asians became the model minority because white supremacists elevated the Asians to undercut any type of black progress. So any progress that an Asian nation is doing, they are allowed to. Asians, as a matter of fact, some Asians have been looked at as honorary Nazis by Hitler. He looked at some of them as honorary Nazis. So again, the operative word is allowed.
Gracious. So China is advancing, or Japan has done well, simply because the white nations, I assume you mean the United States, or are Germany, Sweden, Denmark, we're all in it together to let China progress? We're all in it together to let Korea and Japan progress? Or is it just the United States? Are we the top dog, or do we have to consult with anybody else in order to let the Chinese go on to eventually become a larger economy than ourselves?
Well, we know that China was still dominated, and it was colonized by Britain until fairly recently, the economic hub of China.
19th century. Yeah. 19th century, talking about the opium war. I'm talking about now.
Sir, we're talking about, sir, like in the 90s, Britain just really got their stronghold out of China. So when I talk about white supremacy, I'm not just talking about the United States. I'm having, I can't get nothing.
Well, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. I was looking at the playback. Okay.
No worries. Go ahead.
Okay. But like I said, Britain just got their foothold out of China directly. They were directly colonizing it. And they still do economic. They still control the economics, the trade, all of that is made. Yeah, because they control the trade. They can put trade sanctions on any of these Chinese, Asian, any of these nations. The white supremacists control directly and indirectly. And the most indirect way they control nations is through trade sanctions. They're doing that to non-white nations all over the country.
Wait. Japan and China both have an enormous trade surplus with the United States and with Europe. They are outcompeting us on trade. We are just generously letting them sell more things to us. We are just generally letting them accumulate our assets. We're just generally letting them buy our own factories. This is all just some sort of deep white supremacist plan to make them look like they're controlling us when we're in fact actually controlling them.
Yes, you're controlling them, and the white supremacists are getting a stronghold over there in Asian countries. This is why many of you are over there, especially you white extremists. This is why so many of you are having. We are just generously letting them sell more things to us. We are just generally letting them accumulate our assets. We're just generally letting them buy our own factories. This is all just some sort of deep white supremacist plan to make them look like they're controlling us when we're in fact actually controlling them. Yes, you're controlling them, and the white supremacists are getting a stronghold over there in Asian countries. This is why many of you are over there, especially you white extremists. This is why so many of you are having relationships with the Asian women. You guys are, you look at some of the big top white supremacist corporation owners, many of these guys, the Rupert Murdochs, all of these people are tied in with these Asians and Eurasians. Look at Trump. Trump has a Eurasian. So there's always been that connection. You allow them to thrive. And you can stop it at any time you want to.
Really? Oh, you mean, how would the United States stop China from increasing its economy? How would we do that?
Well, you can just put trade sanctions on them. You can stop them by putting trade sanctions on them, or you can just blow them up.
Look, we have tried to put trade sanctions on North Korea, which is a tiny, small economy, and they still don't do what we want them to do. They have continued to develop their nuclear weapons. If North Korea, which is a tiny, insignificant country, can thumb its nose at the United States and continue developing nuclear weapons, despite our telling them not to, it seems to me we have a very, very feeble white supremacist world order.
No, you don't, because they're making threats against North Korea now. They're talking about blowing that place up when the economic sanctions don't work. The white supremacists will just go blow the country up. The white supremacists have two tactics. They have deception and they have violence. And when deception doesn't work, they have no problem going in there with the jackals, the CIA, whoever, to take the people out. That's the MO of the white supremacists, and they've done that consistently throughout history.
Okay, and if the Chinese don't play ball with us, if the Chinese decide that they want to take the Spratly Islands or they want to take the Senkaku Islands from somebody that we think ought to have them, then we're just going to blow them up too because we're white supremacists?
Because the Chinese and many of the Asian countries are playing ball. They are playing ball. They're doing what they're told. And the minute they stop doing what they're told, like North Korea, all of a sudden we see the trade sanctions and we see the nuclear threats and we see the little rocket man talk.
Well, I'm fascinated to learn that by trade sanctions, we can control nations that actually have a huge trade surplus with us. That would be a new one for all the economies.
They have a trade surplus with us because we allow, well, not we, the white supremacists who run the country allowed it. That's why they have a trade surplus.
I see, because we permit them to do this, even though it means that some of our businesses go out, all of our jobs get exported to China. We must think that's a great thing. If our manufacturing jobs disappear to China, we must think that's a wonderful thing because we're stupid white supremacists.
Look, a lot of the white supremacists are not that smart, but the main ones are. And I've always said this, the white supremacists are hands down the most smartest people on the planet. And smart doesn't have to do with IQ. You can be deceptively smart, and they're smart enough to use deception.
No. So you said something earlier that I found quite fascinating. You said that at some point when the Black Civil Rights Movement was making progress, that was when white people decided to elevate the Chinese and the Japanese, elevate the Asians, and make them into a model minority, which they would not.
That's why we gotta stop those blanket statements like they're most smartest. That's not even a good statement. It's not even an intelligent statement. I can't even say smartest. Most smartest. You could say they the smartest people on the place. They're the most smartest.
Because then if we had not let them.
No, they're not.
So in effect, we tricked them into being more successful and smarter than we are, while at the same time we have tricked
they're
black.
the most the most deceptive. You know what I'm saying? Which makes sense.
Or
And if we had not
Strategic,
let
That's
them.
what I thought.
So in effect,
Strategic.
we
That's
tricked them
strategic.
into being
That's a
more
fact.
successful and smarter than we are, while at the same time we have tricked black people
Yeah,
into
it's not
being
smart
less
to do shit that's gonna harm you in the end. Yeah, you're not that smart. But like strategic, them niggas got that shit.
successful and less smart than we are. Is that what white supremacists have done?
What?
Wait, can you guys hear me? I'm on my end. Hold on.
Everything in the
We can hear you fine.
Yeah, we can hear you.
How that do
Because
that?
I'm stringing this on my thing, and this thing is on this stack.
That's a good plan, boy.
No
You
worries.
think you making good plans? They have made life a plan.
All right, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
My
look what they doing to him.
area.
Look what they doing to him.
No worries. No worries.
All right, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Area. Okay, I'm talking to the audience. I'm trying to see if they can't hear. So, okay. They can barely hear. Hold on 1 second. Okay, 1 second, guys.
No worries. No worries. Take your time.
I want to address what Jerry was saying.
They said, Tariq, what the fuck is you doing? They think my nigga capping. Look at that. They're like, what?
Everything good?
Hello.
Oh,
Hello?
No.
Hold on 1 second.
black,
Okay, how about in the chat room? How was that? What's she hear from?
black people are fucked up. This
Oh,
nigga ain't
so-
got no waiting.
Tariq, are you googling the answers right now?
No, I'm streaming live, and the people saying they can't hear me, so I can't stream live. I just have to use, I have to download it. I gotta stop
Yeah.
streaming so I'm not googling anything. But let me stop streaming.
Yeah, I'm just joking with you. Yeah,
I'm gonna have to stop. Okay.
Okay,
let's-
yeah, no, you have permission. Yeah, you have permission. You can use this video on your channel. You can mirror it or whatever you need to do.
Okay. All right, let me
All
just
right, all right. Let's get back into it. Let's get going.
Yes. Let me repeat my question here.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
You said something about how when the black civil rights movement got going, then the white supremacists, so we white supremacists, decided that we were going to elevate the Asians into a model minority. And I suppose they would not have been a model minority unless that we had permitted them to. So we more or less tricked or browbeated or somehow made them into a group that has a lower crime rate than whites, lower illegitimacy rates than whites, more successful academically than whites. We tricked them into that. Whereas in the case of black people, we tricked them into having a high
emergency on January 12th at 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. The Washington State Board of Health will discuss applying current infectious disease WAC codes to include COVID-19 for all WA state residents. Washington State. Number 1, allowing local health officers to use law enforcement to force an emergency order to involuntarily detain a group of persons, to be isolated in a quarantine facility following refusal to voluntarily comply with requests for medical examination, testing, treatment, counseling, or vaccination. This January 12th is when it's supposed to go into effect. Now, I sent that to Juan and Jacine, and they sent me this from New York, saying New York too.
What is everybody thinks going on?
New York to consider bill allowing extrajudicial detention in health emergency. That would allow governor to detain people without a court hearing or an immediate right to a lawyer in a state of emergency declared because of communicable diseases.
Say it again.
This bill would allow the governor to detain people without a court hearing or an immediate right to a lawyer in a state of emergency declared because of communicable diseases. This is insane. This is insanity.
Yeah.
Okay, man. Get more bullets.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Just get more bullets, bro.
I mean, you just gotta get land and move away from the world. You know?
Right, but if you can't do that fast enough, man, don't let these niggas take you nowhere.
Yeah.
You're not taking me nowhere.
Yeah, nah, hell no.
Yikes.
Yeah, man. What you think about it, though? What you think about it? The whole thing.
The whole thing?
It's the fact that it's happening, yeah.
I can't believe that it.
Is it here that fast? The thing
No,
is,
we've been getting prepped this whole time because they've been showing us Australia. They've been showing us all these other places who have literally been detained. The same thing they're talking about right now for trying to start with us. They've been doing that in
they've
2021.
been showing this shit since 2005 in movies.
Oh yeah,
That's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. That's where my head's at. My head's laughing because I mean, we've been seeing this in movies.
I mean, yeah.
So I'm like, I Am Legend, all those movies where they're at the gate and they're like, beep, scan her face, beep, beep. No, red, take her.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no, I'm not sick.
But low
That's
key,
I've been knowing that was what happened.
and fuck,
Which is scary.
fuck 2005. In 2001, not even a movie, bro. Like an actual
Yeah, I'm sure it happened.
meeting.
Yeah.
They had that dark winter scenario.
Yeah, I bet.
When they're like, it's pretty much like this is what it said. Our committee meets this morning to discuss the presentation of the dark winter exercise held earlier this summer to simulate the effects of a hypothetical biological warfare attack on the United States using smallpox. It's 2001.
Oh yeah.
Now you got Biden, who just had an article, I think last week or last month or some shit. And the headline was Biden warns of a winter of severe illness or death. A dark winter. And what is this? What is it? What is it now? This time it's just not smallpox. It's fucking COVID.
Yeah.
This is the scenario. This is what Bill Gates was sitting down talking about. What if we get a vaccine that is so strong that we cannot save
Why
ourselves?
you sound like Bill Gates?
I hate that.
I think that, it's a great idea to vaccinate everyone and we just die. Like that already happened. It happened a long time ago. What's the problem?
There's going to be a surprise virus. Surprise?
Yeah.
It's about to be a surprise joint.
Yeah, you just ruined the surprise.
Yeah, damn it.
Ah, surprise.
So, yeah, it's about to get wicked, bro. It's been wicked, but it's about to get real wicked.
Yeah, bro.
Because, yikes.
Yeah, man.
Yikes. That's all I'm saying.
Different.
It's about to get
What you think?
different.
What you think?
I think this, bro. I think I think
Yo. What's up, bro? You said what?
I think it's not about the vaccine, bro.
What you think it's about? What you think it's about?
I think it's about control.
Yep. I feel like I'm finna drop off some.
Depopulation.
Depopulation for sure. That's what it's about, number one.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. That's the main thing it's about.
Depopulation, control, and money. Yeah, and money.
Yeah. And I be saying they don't even need money because they print it. They know that. Also, like, them folks.
But not the people who don't print it.
Right.
Like farmers. They farmers.
Yeah. Or the people that's working needs the money.
Right.
The people at the top, they don't need money.
They don't need money.
They eat babies. They eat babies.
They eat babies. They don't need
Spending money is like and think about it, is what spending money does. It's a thing that makes you feel a certain thing.
Yeah.
So when you spend Monopoly money, you don't even play Monopoly for money. You play for properties. You're like, nigga, I spent all the money in the world. I want to eat a child, nigga. I want to eat a baby. That's some real shit. Like, them folks so weird. They print money. Imagine them printing money and they watching it their whole life. They don't want no fucking money. Them folks want to eat some doo-doo, nigga. Them folks want to feel something crazy. What's up, Dorian? We're on this podcast right now. We're doing this little episode. What you doing? Okay. We're doing this little build right now on StreamYard. This white dude.
higher crime rate and a higher illegitimacy rate and a higher poverty rate. Does that pretty much summarize your view?
Well, the thing is, Jared, even before the civil rights movement, the Asians had a low crime rate and black people had a low crime rate, but you still had the yellow peril. You still dominated and mistreated them and used coded language and not so coded language to disparage them openly.
Wait, I want to get back to this model minority stuff.
That's where I'm going with it. That's where I'm going with it. Before they were the model minorities, the crime rate was low with people of Asian descent. They weren't committing crimes. They didn't have out of wedlock babies. They were just doing their thing. Nothing changed with them. Nothing changed with them after the civil rights movement, other than the white supremacists wanted to use them to undercut black society. Nothing changed.
Well, but then we use them to undercut black society, but in a way that in effect undercuts white society, because Asians are now, they have a higher income than whites, more likely to get into elite schools, and they have, as I say, less likely to be in jail. In other words, we have created a model minority that is even more successful than the white supremacists. Again, this sounds like very
It just gives me insight that, wow, real niggas like this exist in this planet. We got it. This is not okay. Like, this nigga is white as fuck. Like, I thought those niggas were dead. I thought white people, I thought racist white people that were like clueless. Like if you racist and white, I think you're probably the dumbest person on the planet. Like, if you just think Darwin and white people were here first, you might be the dumbest. He think that. He's like, oh, so the whole planet was black, huh? What you think you are? Like,
this sounds like very stupid white supremacy to me.
That's not true. They're not more successful than the white supremacists.
Not more successful.
They're not more successful at all. Look at all the major corporations in America. Who owns them?
They are.
Who's running law enforcement? They don't run all the major corporations. The Japanese are allowed to do anything they're allowed to do. The white supremacists allow them to. They're not successful or more successful as people who believe in white supremacy, because the people in white supremacy still control the resources.
The Asians have higher per capita income by far. Indian Americans, for example, have a much higher per capita income than white Americans. Chinese, Japanese, as I say, they're much more likely to get into elite schools, and there is nothing stopping. There is nothing. Look at.
Like, think about Japan, bro. That's
you know what I just realized? Why do white people say white?
Yeah, what do you say? Whipped cream.
Whipped cream, wheaten.
Yeah.
Wheatens.
Yeah.
Whipped cream, wheaten. You know why they say white like that? Because they want to emphasize that they're not white. That's wicked. That's some wicked shit I just learned in my head. I just learned myself that. Remember WIGHT, WHIT? They had to learn to say white. Nigga, you better emphasize that H, nigga. We white now, nigga.
Oh, yeah. That is wild.
Remember on the Google it said he's an unlucky white.
Yeah.
It said that on the Google search. It said he's an unlucky white. So I'm like, oh, y'all niggas know what y'all doing. That's why you say white. You don't say that. The other niggas learn that. As your parents is like, nigga, you gotta say white, nigga.
Yeah.
It's like nigga and nigger.
Yeah.
Nigga, we say nigga. Like, why do they say nigga? They say white because he's like the good white man. You mean white man? You can have white. You ain't white, nigga.
The Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is full of Asians who have these great programming jobs. They are extremely.
Yo, you can't just say your blanket and stay
Silicon Valley.
Are you counting me? No, when you say like it's full of white people over there. It's like, are you a white dude? Are you counting the Asians?
Yeah.
There's blacks over here in the creek, in the ghetto.
Successful. Now, if 5% of the population, just let me finish, please. If 5% of the population does not yet have
that's crazy. Niggas and white people are so
a dominant position in law enforcement.
Niggas and white people being even more different. Niggas said, just let me finish, please. Okay, thank you. Why you doing so?
100 companies that have, just let me finish, please, if successful. Now, if 5% of the population, just let me finish, please. If 5% of the population does not yet have a dominant position in law enforcement 500 companies, that will just come in time, given the kinds of advantages that they now have. Again, this seems like This seems like a very, very nearsighted and foolish white supremacist policy to build up a group that is being more successful than whites themselves.
They're not. I mean, just saying that they're more successful doesn't mean that they are more successful. You allow
What do they have to be?
you allow them to thrive, and the minute they do something that you don't like, just like any other immigrant group, Hispanics, they were brought in to undercut Black society as well. Now
Okay.
that used as a political point, now the Hispanics are banned. Now all of a sudden you're throwing people out of the country. So the key word is allowed. You can do anything to any immigrant group you want to, because as white supremacists, that's what you do.
Wait, if we decided that the Asians were getting too big for their britches,
Yes.
what would we do?
You would throw them out of America just like you're doing Hispanic groups, Muslim groups.
Wait. They're American citizens. We would strip them of citizenship and throw them out. Is that what we white supremacists would do?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay, I see. And,
I mean, Black people are technically citizens, but the Constitution is completely violated when it comes to Black people. They violate every statute of the Constitution when it comes to Black people, and we're citizens. The Constitution, citizenship means nothing in a system of white supremacy.
okay, how is the citizenship of Black people violated daily? How is for example, how is the separation of powers in the Constitution violating the citizenship of Black people?
That's why, remember I said ignorant and white? Like, I can't believe you that dumb and white.
Yeah, and I don't got time. I'm not about to teach you nothing.
No, I wouldn't have said nothing. No, he's not. Tariq not. I guess he's going to say some shit, but he knows it's a dumb question.
Yeah.
But I can't believe you have time.
And he's here for that. But I'm saying, like, I seen this nigga in real life, and I start saying, like, are you telling me? So when you say, are you telling me some shit? I'm like,
and don't repeat what I just said,
yeah.
bro. Like it wasn't 1 + 1.
Yeah.
Nigga, 1 plus. I did just say 1 + 1 is 2, nigga.
Wow, you just copied me verbatim. You don't know if that's what I'm telling you. Yeah, that's exactly what I.
And then, but you repeat it like he's gonna do something if you say it again. That's what I don't get. Like saying it again. Why you say it again? Like it's like they're not gonna disbelieve you now because you said it with a question mark. Yeah, nigga, the fuck. White people?
Yeah, thank you.
We Black, nigga. Yes, nigga. The fuck.
God.
See, the Tariq guy, he not Black enough. That's all. But he actually he's doing it right though, because the nigga would have scared that white man off. I'm like, bitch, can you hear me?
See, this is what I mean. You wonder why the police are scared.
Yeah. But you know what's funny?
If it was Pharaoh.
Yeah, right. When niggas talk to each other, he would just say, nigga, what the fuck I just say?
Right.
White folks don't get it. It's like, nigga, don't ask me what the fuck I just said, nigga.
Bro, I'm not about to keep repeating this.
Oh my. White people gonna keep saying, he's like, oh, okay. He's not going to repeat. Wait, he just nigga, you heard what the fuck I ain't about to keep repeating that shit, nigga. That's what I'm like, Tariq, if you don't cut this nigga up.
In the how is for example, how is the separation of powers in the Constitution violating the citizenship of Black people?
Oh my God! The Second Amendment, Orlando Castile. You legally own the gun, got his brain.
I'm talking about the separate. You said every single article.
I'm just giving you an example of. I can go down all the statutes: the 8th Amendment, the 13th and 14th Amendment. You don't get equal protection under the law. Black people get legally murdered by a white supremacist race soldier, and nothing is going to happen. The Constitution does not protect us. So the Constitution is toilet paper to white supremacists. Your boy Richard Spencer even said, I don't care nothing about the Constitution. I care about survival.
It's the white
Again, how does the separation of powers oppress Black people? You said every aspect of the U.S. Constitution oppresses Black people. How does the fact that
But even then, you don't need a lot for this dude. This nigga beating him with just the fact that this nigga said some dumb shit. Like
he need a lot for this dude's audience.
Yeah, for the white. Yeah, but even then, honestly though, but past all that, being Aboriginal would have shut all this shit up too. Like it's to the point where it's like, dude, you're not even originally from Europe. Like Tariq didn't tell him that. It's something that simple you can say. Yeah, you're a defective gene. That's why you're Caucasoid. The sun burns you. So regardless of all this shit, science, fuck all you talking about some random shit like the Constitution was made. Fuck all that. Let's talk about you, nigga, white person. Ew. Not even from Europe for real. You know, there's Black Europeans before and predate you, right? See, Tariq didn't get into that. He kind of does, but he kind of like he's a little graceful. Like when he said he's smart, I would say you're not smart at all, bro. Look at you. That's what I would say. You ain't saying nothing smart up here. But that's why he don't need that much to beat him. Like, you know what I mean? This white dude ain't giving.
It has to be 35 years old. How does that oppress black people? How is it that the citizenship of black people is ignored by every aspect of the Constitution?
You bring the word game. I didn't say that. I said it doesn't protect black people. I didn't say the Constitution oppresses. White supremacy oppresses all non-whites. The Constitution doesn't protect black people. Jerry, I'm very clear about the words I use, sir.
Not clear to me, but you seem to think. So let me get something else straight.
Yes, sir.
We white supremacists brought Asians in to undercut black people, right?
Yes, we did.
Now, why did we want to do that? Why did we want to bring in yet another group, unlike ourselves, who is increasing in numbers, who's electing people like themselves to the Senate, got people like themselves on the Supreme Court? Why did we bring yet another group that is different from us? And what did we achieve in terms of oppressing black people by bringing these Hispanics in?
Well, you classified Hispanics as white. 95% of Hispanics are classified as white because all white Anglo numbers are declining. They've been declining for years, and you need other groups to help boost your numbers. So Asians are the reserve white people now because many Hispanics are classified as white to boost up the numbers of people classified as white. So you always bring in these different groups to boost up the numbers.
Wait.
Sounds like Asian supremacy to me, right?
If we cared about
people are, they so racist that they don't hear neutrally.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Sounds like Asian supremacy to me. Yeah, because Asians are white, idiot. Let's talk about it. What's their genetic code, nigga? Or genetic makeup? Caucasoid.
About the number of white people, why didn't we bring in more white people? Wouldn't that be the obvious thing to do, rather than bringing in people who are obviously not white?
Well, the thing is, classify a white person. What makes a white person white genetically?
That's very easy to look. Just look at the DNA. The DNA of white people says that they are from Europe.
No, it doesn't.
That's not
What the fuck?
You think you smart? The DNA of a white person says the DNA don't say nothing, nigga.
You are crazy.
You're crazy. Because people think
he smiled when he said it though.
Bro, and he teaching people.
No, but he thought that was
he thought that was it. The DNA of white people, it says that they're European.
Oh my god.
No, you said that with a straight face. Like, no, it don't. So there's no black Europeans? I know plenty of
This is dumb. Like the dumb black people we've been trying to teach.
No, he dumb. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, white people are dumb as fuck. All white people are think like this. They're just not as they're trickier. But he not tricky. But all white people are pretty much, when it come down to the hard questions, this is where they're at. They're scared of that.
And it still confuse a lot of people to think that them acting smart is smart.
See there. That's what I'm saying. You gotta be black and smart so that you can trick a nigga. Like, so you know the trick. Like, I'm black, bro. I know the game, nigga. I know you trying to up it on me with the little word. That's why he said the wordplay. Huh? Yeah. I'm very smart with my words, bro. Like, I'm
you said oppress,
and you saying dumb shit though. You're not even saying smart shit. So it's like, yeah, I would have roasted that nigga. I would have roasted him about it. I was like, bitch, shut your ass up, ho. You really just said white folk DNA saved from Europe. So what you got a source for that? Where you get that from?
Right.
Where you get that from? How you know that? He gonna be like, well, everybody knows it. You smart.
The DNA.
We talking is DNA, but ain't got no science to talk it.
DNA. The DNA of white people says that they are from Europe. The DNA of most Hispanics says that they are largely from Latin America.
If you're talking facts, you can't say most and largely. That's not a quantifiable number, bitch ass nigga. What is most, nigga? How you gonna try to teach a nigga and you saying shit like I think maybe mostly?
They're Amerindians. No. White people says that they are largely from Latin America. They're Amerindians. No. White people. I don't think you have any difficulty distinguishing a white person from an American. No.
Wait, what?
This nigga
Why didn't we bring in more white people? Wouldn't that be the obvious thing to do?
Classify a white person. What makes a white person white genetically?
That's very easy to look. Just look at the DNA. The DNA of white people says that they are from Europe. The DNA of most
They don't say
Hispanics says
shit.
that they are largely from Latin America. They're Amerindians. No, white people. I don't think you
Most
have any.
Hispanics, DNA says they're Asian. Fuck nigga.
My thing is your DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah, nigga.
Yeah.
The same white supremacists own companies
Yeah.
that send you your results for your DNA.
Yeah, they manipulate DNA. The fuck? That's what Chief Holiday said. DNA is a German system. So why the fuck are you using the Nazi German system? Like to it's a system they made. It's not real. It ain't the real system, nigga. It's some system some niggas made. What? To explain racism.
You can control everybody's DNA at that point.
Yep.
Yeah, bro.
Distinguishing a white person from an American Indian, do you? White people are obviously white.
You know what's crazy too? The problem is the reason he is this dumb is because for hundreds of years they got away with us just believing them.
Yeah, facts.
Not based on science or not proof. We just believe white folks. It was like, no, he's a white guy. He's chilling. He's smart. If you stop believing them and you listen to what he's saying, this is a dumbass motherfucker. Yeah. When the niggas,
and if we wanted more,
I was considered white when they first came over. I was considered white until the late 1800s. So I just want to know what this white thing is. And you said it's from Europe, so there's a contradiction here. Italians weren't considered white really until the 1930s and 40s, sir. They weren't considered white.
Italians weren't considered white until the 40s.
The idea that Irish were not considered white is a silly myth that has been circulated by people who said, no, let me finish. Wait, no. Let me finish.
White or not white. Okay,
Mr. Nasheed, let me finish.
Go ahead, Jerry. Okay.
The British.
Wait, the blow gasket.
Mr. Nasheed, let me finish. The British hated and despised the Irish for a whole host of reasons. One being colonialism, one being the fact that they were Catholic. They did not like that.
That's what was coming.
Nigger. He's like, you good? Oh,
the British hated and despised the Irish for a whole host of reasons. One being colonialism, one being the fact that they were Catholic. They did not like them, and they did not want them coming into the United States. But no one would ever have suggested that they were some race other than white. The idea that some kind of magic.
This reminds me of the Malcolm X movie where he said, "We know Jesus was white. How is Jesus not white?" And Malcolm was like, well, that picture says it's white, but we know he was in Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? You remember that scene? Mm-hmm. That reminded me of that because he's like, no one would suggest that they're not white. You gonna say that?
Did not want
nobody was
them coming into the United States. The fact that they were Catholic, they did not like them, and they did not want them coming into the United States. But no one would ever have suggested that they were some race other than white. The idea that some
white's not a race, you fucking faggot. White ain't no race, bitch. Caucasoid, Mongoloid.
Kind of magic want them coming into the United States, but no one would ever have suggested that they were some race other than white. The idea that some kind of magic, they suddenly became white.
Simian. They would say that they were an ape-like race. If you look up Simian Irish, you would see Irish looking like monkeys. They would say they were a whole other species. Look at the Notre Dame logo. It's a fighting Irish who has a simian-like face. They've always had that negative stereotype of the Irish. They were allowed to be white later on, just like Italians were allowed to be white later on.
And so you're telling me that.
Whoa, that's deep. Oh shit. He said they weren't allowed to be called white until the 1940s, meaning like Neanderthalish people that weren't considered white, WHITE, they were WIGHT. Those creature-like Caucasoids that were still trying to learn from not being them ape-like creatures. Well, Caucasoids never talk about that. Think about it. When you hear white people talk about Neanderthals, or defected white people, So is this that part where that comes in? Like, is this the conversation? They don't want to talk about anything. Like, oh nah, chill. Tariq.
I mean, we know
they
rather not face a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, so when it come up right here, it's like, why you trying to make him sound like he ain't make no sense? Yeah, nigga. He said that.
Or he is that dumb. He really might not know that shit. That's what's fucked
Yeah,
up.
but I'm just saying you shutting him up to like, yeah, he don't know because look, he laughing and shit.
Yeah.
It's so damn stupid.
Because you gotta think, bro. To be a white supremacist, bro,
You
your knowledge had to be funneled, bro.
Yeah, you
like,
gotta be very.
Yeah,
like
narrow-minded.
Yeah.
You couldn't see no other shit.
Yeah, you got it by like you blinded by it.
Yeah, like this is all it is. What do you mean? I'd have it. There shouldn't be any pictures of anybody black anywhere. I'm in my house. It's like
it's like seeing a parrot talk, but you still it's a fucking parrot. Yeah, I was kill a little bird. That bird ain't shit. It's dumb. He don't know what he's talking about. He's just saying shit.
Yeah.
They look at niggas like parrots, bro. He look at this nigga Tariq like a parrot. Like I'm arguing with a fucking parrot right now. Oh my, that's some damn dumbass shit. That nigga said.
Pretty soon the Asians are going to be allowed to be white if it suits us.
What you on, man?
Sir, according to the white supremacists, they determine who gets to be white and non-white. Asians weren't considered white. The Greek weren't considered white. There's a reason why they call Italians Guineas. Guinea is another code word for African. So they've always allowed certain groups to be white, and they would take their white status away and give it back when it.
If we really cared about maintaining a white majority, why do we let Africans into the country? Africans, according to your view, Africans are the devil people. Africans are the whole reason for white supremacy. Africans are the only reason we ever care about Asians, because that's a way to put blacks down. The only reason we have anything to do with Hispanics is another way to put blacks down. Apparently, white supremacists are obsessed with black people and want to put them down. Why, in that case, have we admitted more immigrants from Africa than ever came to the United States in the slave trade?
There are not that many Africans that are allowed over here. I was just in Africa.
Why even one?
Because certain African people, and I'm going to tell you, when I was over in Africa, they are screened to the point where if they come over here, they're going to have to directly work with the white supremacists to undercut black people too.
Okay.
White supremacists bring in people, and they make sure that African immigrants do not hook up with African Americans. There were papers in the 1970s trying to prevent African Americans from linking up with people in Africa. Let's go back to the Marcus Garvey movement, back to the 1920s and the 1900s, when black people were trying to go back to Africa with the Marcus Garvey movement. They went in and undermined that as well. They've never wanted us to hook up with each other, so they will bring over Africans under black Marcus Garvey, who's trying to prevent Africa hook up with African, bring in people, and they make sure that.
Why would they just be the Americans and the Africans? Why would we not have the African Americans mixed with the Africans? How they get there? First, they have.
Is it already?
Already?
Yeah, they know the language. They should be able to talk to them. They should know.
If they are
African immigrants do not hook up with African Americans. There were papers in the 1970s trying to prevent African Americans from linking up with people in Africa. Let's go back to the Marcus Garvey movement, back to the 1920s and the 1900s.
I don't say that word, so I forgot that people say that.
Oh yeah, a lot of people still say that.
Like when he said African American, I didn't even hear the African because I'm thinking like American. Like I would never say African Americans looked up. What's that? Ooh, that's weird.
When black people were trying to go back to Africa with the Marcus Garvey movement, they went in and undermined that as well. They've never wanted us to hook up with each other, so they will go over African people as long as they don't hook up with us and do the bidding of white supremacists.
Now let me get this straight.
Yes.
The white supremacists let in Africans after they have carefully screened them to make sure that they will cooperate in a white supremacist system of holding down and exploiting American-born blacks. Is that correct?
No. Didn't say all that.
Okay, yeah, school me on this.
They don't hook up with us and make sure they're on their P's and Q's. I was over there in Africa. They told me there's so many hoops they have to jump through to get over here. They have to change their names. They were telling me all types of horror stories. Yes, they were told that they shouldn't even use their African names if they can.
They don't use their African names? I've never heard. I mean, every Nigerian I know that lives here has an African name. Now, did they tell you that they were told, okay, we have this.
They were told, okay.
My friend Baba Tune, right? This nigga is Mr. Most story time.
Niggas come here and their name end up being Sam.
Thank you. That's my brother. That's my brother's roommate's name.
Sam?
Literally. He's
How did I do that?
I don't know, but this nigga's dumb as fuck. Because you should know that by now.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. My brother, one of my boys' name is a kid. His name was Babatunde Johnson, but he had to go by BJ. Like the school made him change his name to BJ.
Yeah, because it's
Or
too
like,
long to
asked him-
say or some shit.
Yes,
Niggas do
for the
that.
wrong.
Yeah, I've seen that in
They
class.
asked him what was his like American name.
Yeah.
And he remember him telling everybody he had to make a name for them to put in for him to register him in school.
No, no.
The fuck?
He said, "So you're telling me I hate you, bro."
Yeah,
I don't want to tell you nothing else. Actually,
and you not right though. Like, it's the
Twice
worst part
the
of
name.
being right.
Did they tell you that they were told, okay, we have this white supremacist system going here, and we're going to let you in only if you cooperate with our white supremacist system and hold the brothers down? Is that what they're told?
They didn't say all of that. But the thing is, the reason why they would have to come over here anyway is because the white supremacists have destroyed their own nations over there. Understand?
Okay.
The reason why they would have to come over here is because all the resources are hoarded over here.
You know
Okay,
what
now-
I
now-
said? You know what? No, bro. You know what I realized after AP said after on his channel, he's like the only reason people back in the day traveled is when their place lacked in resources. That's deep. That's deep. That's deep. Never thought about that. That's deep. He said that's why you would see most Americans don't leave America. We have everything. He said you know most Indians in the mainland they didn't have to they didn't travel too far. They had everything right here. That's crazy. And then I thought about I was like, is that why everybody that's like Caucasian or Asian or some type of other thing other than American likes to travel? Like love to travel. Like we can travel because it's fun, but other folks really their life is like the white folks that just live to travel. They just live in a van and like I love to travel and see other places. It makes me live. Like you know, got other shit stationary that makes I'm like, wow, niggas love to travel because it's in nature, like or not in like history. Niggas had to travel and they linked their bloodlines. Had to get up and pack up and go places. You know what I mean?
yeah. Also, them knowing that this ain't their home, so they already travel. So they're just continuing to travel.
Yeah. Right. The people that not in their home. Yeah.
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 I mean,
Yeah.
then you got this.
Like Caucasoids.
Yeah.
Oh, like this, like American not their home.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So it's natural. They feel like, what am I doing here?
See what other places I can go to.
Huh?
See what other places I can go to.
Yeah. And what am I doing here? Like, it don't feel right. Folks be like, America don't feel right. I gotta get out of here. I'm like, yeah, I got it. Please leave. I'm good. I'm perfectly fine here. All I need is land away from all y'all motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Usually they talking about the system.
Yeah, but folks be wanting to see the other land. I do want to see the other
Yeah, I want
land.
to see.
though.
I want to see
everything.
Shit, I ain't never see. Period.
I want to see space. Nigga.
I don't see a dog. I ain't never see. I want to see
I
a
wanna
lizard.
see space,
I ain't never
nigga.
see.
I definitely want to see everything in the world,
Yeah.
but I love my home.
And I'm not going to space.
Oh, you don't want to go to space?
Hell no.
What? Why?
I ain't riding with them niggas up there.
Oh yeah, I don't.
Hell no.
I want to go with some niggas I trust.
Yeah, so
I want to take my niggas up there.
yeah,
Nigga.
we have to wait till we build
Right,
the
Dory?
rocket.
You heard that?
We have to wait till we build the rocket.
Dory said, this nigga said, I want to ride with them niggas up there. Hell no, we ain't trying to ride with them niggas up there. Nope. Can I fly
Yeah.
with my homies? We can ride. Hey,
Yeah,
we
man.
good. Y'all watch that. I don't trust y'all niggas. They probably
Them niggas can get away with murder on camera here.
Right.
What you
Right.
think they gonna do to you in Mars, nigga?
they gonna open the door on your
It's
shit.
over
nigga.
with.
That nigga said they charging $1 million to go to space. What?
They don't have to explain nothing, bro. You gonna believe anything that happened to a nigga in Mars? I don't
It's a
give a
wrap.
fuck.
It's a wrap. That nigga up there, nigga. It's stuck. It's up his stuff.
Who gonna go check?
They really say it was.
Who gonna go check? Who gonna go check on you, bro?
Yeah, I bet. Hell no.
Ain't nobody checking on you, bro.
No. Bro, ain't nobody checking on you because ain't nobody even. You stuck. If you up there, you stuck there.
Yeah, it's it, bro. I'm good. I'm really good, bro.
They said it was up there, stuck there.
Yeah. It's too much on Earth, if that's what this place is called.
I don't know though. I want to go to space though. I ain't gonna lie.
I feel it. You
I
know what I'm
wanna
saying?
go to
I just
space,
don't. Yeah,
bro.
I don't trust these niggas here, bro.
Yes,
I can't let them take me nowhere else. Hell no. If I, like you said, if we made the rocket, and you know what I'm saying, it's like some shit like that, and then they probably had space police. I'm good, bro.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the thing is, it's just scary because it's on some like you trusting them niggas to goddamn not blow up or like not set you up. That's the bad thing about the COVID situation is that I feel like they killed that nigga because of the helicopter. Like, what you gonna do? You gotta get in there and go, nigga. Like, you don't know. It can happen to anybody, nigga. You can hop in your car and they could have wired your shit.
Yeah.
And you blow up. 15 minutes out. Hey, shout out to the club. Wait, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Let me door you. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I'm like, that shit can happen to anybody, anytime. You gotta watch yourself.
All right.
And they try to get with it.
Okay. I have another question for you. I have another question.
Shout out to white
White
folks.
supremacists are shooting them down in the ocean. So
Why is it?
story about white supremacists as well.
Why is it that we white supremacists are happy for the Asian countries to develop? Why are we happy for the Chinese to go over and help exploit Africa? But we don't want Africa to succeed. I mean, is this? Why do we care? What is it about us that? Yeah.
That's a great question.
Yeah. Give me an answer.
White supremacy has a racial hierarchy.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's right on top. You might have the Asians on the next, Arabs here, Hispanic whites here, and blacks have always been on the bottom. Blacks got to be on the bottom because black people, we have the genetic capacity to annihilate the entire planet sexually. Because when we procreate with you, the offspring is going to be non-white. So black people are genetic risk. So we have to be on the bottom. White supremacy is crystallized on how black people are mistreated. This is why when you bring Asians over, the Asians start doing their little nigger jokes when they get around you. So all these other groups are they're locked in the system of white supremacy. Is determined on how much they mistreat black people.
What was that about? How much they dislike black? In other words, we train the Asians to dislike black people.
No, Jerry. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that last part.
When you get other groups around, when you bring other groups, other Asian groups, other Hispanic groups, when you bring them in, for them to determine their status with you, to become honorary white supremacists themselves, they have to display anti-black hatred.
Oh, I see.
For example, let me give you an example. Peter Liang. Peter Liang is an Asian guy who shot a black man in New York. Asians all around the country got together to protect this Asian man from killing a black person. So they have to be honorary white supremacists to a certain degree in order to remain in good standing.
To remain in. Wait a minute. This guy was a policeman, as I recall, and he fired his weapon, and it ricocheted off the wall, and it happened to kill a black person who was in one of these public housing things. It was very, very clear that he did not intend to kill this guy, and it is not at all surprising that people should rally to his defense. Now, I'm again interested in this idea that we can make honorary white people. And where is your evidence that that Asians, if they're the number 2 bunch, where's this notion that they're honorary white people?
So let me back up there. You said he didn't mean to kill him, that he was in violation of his gun. He shouldn't pull the gun out. He shouldn't have the thing on the trigger. He lied about what happened on the police report. So if you're shooting people by mistake, why is it that black officers go to jail when they shoot people by mistake? Boy, a white kid was shot down in New Orleans by a black officer by mistake, and they gave the officer, boy, let me back up a minute. You said he didn't mean to kill him, but he was in violation of pulling his gun. He shouldn't pull his gun out. He shouldn't have the thing on the trigger. He lied about what happened on the police report. So if you're shooting people by mistake, why is it that black officers go to jail when they shoot people by mistake? Boy, a white kid was shot down in New Orleans by a black officer by mistake, and they gave the officer 40 years. So there's always that white supremacist double standard there. And you extend that double standard to Asian groups and many Hispanic groups, just like the guy who shot Orlando Castile up in Minnesota. But that's neither here nor there. So your next question was what, sir?
Let me have. I'll approach things from a different point of view. I am fascinated by your conviction that. Well, first of all, okay. Now, It's interesting that you said the reason white people are so obsessed with blacks. I mean, it sounds like everything we do has to do ultimately with black people. What we do with Asians, what we do with Hispanics, hold on. What we do with all of these other people is merely a function of our absolute obsession with black people, is what it sounds like.
White supremacists, yes.
The white supremacists probably think, 8 hours of every day at least wondering what to do about black people. We're just obsessed with black people. And the reason for that,
24 hours.
24 hours. Sorry. Okay, no. We are thinking about black people 24 hours a day. We wake up in the morning and we spit on our hands, we roll up our sleeves, and think to ourselves, what are we going to do to black people today? Is that how we operate?
Well, the white supremacists, again, it's a white supremacists is a religion. And that
What?
At some point,
white
it should start working.
Religion.
Until somebody
Supremacists,
What are we going to do to black people today? Is that how we operate?
well, the white supremacists, again, it's a white supremacists is a religion. And that
What?
white
A religion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I wanna ask a question real quick. Do you, Tariq, do you believe that Jared is a white supremacist? I just want to be clear because you keep saying white supremacist. Do you believe he is in that category?
Yes,
Of
he is.
course he does. Of course. All white people are white supremacists.
No,
right?
they're not. All white people are not white supremacists. No, they're not. That's
Okay.
why
How do you classify the difference?
a white supremacist is a person who believes through speech, thought, and action that they should dominate, control, and mistreat non-white people. That's what a white supremacist is. And all white people are not like that. That's not true. That's why I don't say the white man and white people are this. That. No, white supremacists think like that.
Okay, now who are they specifically then? Who believe that we should dominate, control, and mistreat black people?
Well, the thing is, the white supremacists used to be open about who they were. But now they're not open. They have to codify their language. So we don't know who the white supremacists are. So now I use the term suspected white supremacists if I'm not sure a person is a white supremacist or not, because there's no master list of white supremacists.
Okay, then how come we got into a situation where white people can't be open about it? That sounds like another failure of white supremacy.
No, white people can be very open about systematic white supremacy. They are open about it. Who's not?
Wait, you just said they're not open. You just said we have to call them suspected white supremacists.
For a long time, they couldn't be open about it because they had to codify the language. Now that we have Trump in office, people are becoming more open about white supremacy now, this day and age, right now, 2018. They are now.
Who, for example, who is an open white supremacist now?
But you're an open white supremacist, Richard Spencer.
No. Wait. I have no desire to dominate or mistreat anybody. Who do you think I want to mistreat? Do you think I want to mistreat you?
But you kind of justify that, Jared. And
I don't justify it at all. I don't want anybody mistreated.
But you say that black people have an inferior IQ. And if we have an inferior IQ, you must have a superior IQ. So that, by definition, is white supremacy, right?
Wait. No, not at all. You said it means to dominate and mistreat. Those things are very important. I don't want to dominate or mistreat anyone of any race.
But you justify it. I just pointed out.
I'm not justifying it at all. I'm entirely opposed to it.
That's mistreating people based on race. That's just by Peter Lee Yang killing somebody who was. You made an excuse for murder. And that's justifying mistreatment, sir. Finding ways to justify mistreating black.
No, keep it going. I want to read something too. Or you want me to keep up? Oh, you talking about it? No, I want to read this thing to you too.
Where is it?
A timeline of the Great Reset agenda from the foundation to Event 201 and the pandemic of 2020. It's pretty good. They put it together pretty good.
I feel like I've heard it before, but I'm trying to remember if they read it on the thing. I might go get his weed real quick.
Oh, it's so cold. It be cold off in here, ho.
Black
I'm
people,
not taking
that's
no more.
white supremacy. You can call it any
Look.
It's still, it ultimately ends up mistreating black people, and there's always a justification for it, sir.
Wait. If I look at the evidence and I conclude that black people, on average, have an IQ that is lower than that of white people, and I think the evidence for this is overwhelming. And if I say this in public, I become a pariah. Charles Murray.
Yeah. All right. Woo. About to roll up this Doge, I mean. About to roll up this dope.
I just want some old school. Or no, that's not old school. They got that truck.
Who has written about this, cannot speak on a college campus without being shot.
Supremacy. You can call it any
Look.
It's still, it ultimately ends
Anybody. Who, for example, who is an open white supremacist now?
But you're an open white supremacist, Richard Spencer.
No. Wait. I have no desire to dominate or mistreat anybody. Who do you think I want to mistreat? Do you think I want to mistreat you?
But yeah, you kind of justify that, Jared. And
I don't justify it at all. I don't want anybody mistreated.
But you say that black people have an inferior IQ. And if we have an inferior IQ, you must have a superior IQ. So that, by definition, is white supremacy, right?
Wait. No, not at all. You said it means to dominate and mistreat. Those things are very important. I don't want to dominate or mistreat anyone of any race.
But you justify it. I just pointed out.
I'm not justifying it at all. I'm entirely opposed to it.
That's mistreating people based on
Wait,
race. That's justified Peter Liang killing somebody who was black. You made an excuse for murder. And that's justifying mistreatment, sir. Finding ways to justify mistreating black people, that's white supremacy. It ultimately ends up mistreating black people, and there's always a justification for it, sir.
Wait. If I look at the evidence and I conclude that black people, on average, have an IQ that is lower than that of white people, and I think the evidence for this is overwhelming. And if I say this in public, I become a pariah. Charles Murray, who has written about this, cannot speak on a college campus without being shouted down by white people. Now, all of those people on the campus, are they secret white supremacists and they secretly support Charles Murray, or are they really opposed to the idea of Charles Murray, and that's why they shout him down?
There are many people who are opposed to Murray, but there are many people who support him. We don't know, we can't quantify, we don't know who supports him and who's opposing him. But there are a lot of, this is why I say you have white supremacists and white people. All white people are not white supremacists. There's a lot of
how many do you reckon are white supremacists?
I have no idea. I cannot quantify it whatsoever because I know that the white supremacists are the most powerful people.
The most powerful people in the United States, we can name them.
The white supremacists are the most powerful people on the planet, not the United States, the planet. The white supremacists dominate the planet.
Okay, then if we pick out the most powerful people on the planet, then we can be sure they're white supremacists?
Yes. Most of them, yes. Absolutely.
Okay.
Or suspected white supremacists. Some are white supremacists, some are suspected white supremacists. The most powerful people on the planet.
Probably.
White supremacists or suspected white supremacists.
Hey, bro. Hey, money.
Okay.
He's one of the most powerful men on the planet. He's a white supremacist. Some people say he is a white supremacist. I say he's a suspected white supremacist. His entire cabinet is full of suspected white supremacists.
69 Chevy Impala. It's my shit in real. It's the car I drive in real life. I'm about to glitch out too, Dorian. What's happening, gang? I'm on this little podcast right now.
Okay, now, so some of the most powerful people in the world.
Some are suspected white supremacists. The most powerful people on the planet.
White people.
They are
Probably.
white supremacists or suspected white supremacists.
Okay.
He's one of the most powerful men on the planet. He's a
Yeah.
suspected white supremacist. Some people say he is a white supremacist. I say he's a suspected white supremacist. His entire cabinet is full of suspected white supremacists.
Okay, now, so some of the most powerful people in the world are members of the U.S. Supreme Court. Are they white supremacists? Is Ellen Kagan a white supremacist? Is Sonia Sotomayor, is she a white supremacist?
Well, let's look at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court put down a ruling, and it's never been overturned, that a black man has no rights that a white man is bound to respect.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
The Supreme Court used the word white supremacy and black inferiority in the Taney ruling with Dred Scott, and they never overturned that. As a matter of fact, the Dred Scott decision was used in a court case a couple of years ago. So, the white supremacists, they dominate the Supreme Court as well. Look at the documents. I'm talking law. This ain't my vision. I'm talking law.
So you're telling me that a black person has no rights that a white person is bound to respect? Is that what you believe?
According to evidence and according to the Supreme Court ruling in the Dred Scott decision.
But okay, well, hold on. So if I walk into your house and I put a gun to your head and I say, I like the look of that chair you're sitting in, I like the look of that microphone, and I walk out with that, and you call the police are going to say, whoops, sorry. A black man has no property rights that a white man is bound to respect, and so I'll walk away free.
Sir, you can come in and shoot me and kill me. And if you have a good enough lie, you can walk away scot-free. Look at George Zimmerman.
Wait, why should I have to lie? In a white supremacist, look, if you have no rights that I'm bound to respect, why do I even have to lie? Why can't I say, hey, I just shot the guy because I felt like it?
They have done that. Well, that's what George Zimmerman did.
Wait. You really believe that? You really believe that?
Then he had to build a cockamamie story that he was beaten within inches of his life. So you got to get the lie looking good.
Wasn't George Zimmerman Hispanic though? I don't think he was even white.
Oh, come on. He was an honorary white man. Honorary white man.
Honorary.
He's white.
Anybody who attacks a black person is an honorary white man, right? Come on, that's what it boils down to. A policeman, a black policeman who shoots a black person is an honorary white man.
That's another deception tactic. That's a deception tactic where you temporarily deny whiteness. All of a sudden, he's not white no more. I'm not white. I'm Jewish. I'm not white. I'm Native American. I'm not white. I'm Hispanic. That's a
okay. So
go ahead.
So Mr. Rashid, in your view, what George Zimmerman did was he said to himself, look at that black guy. I think I'm going to follow him and shoot him. And that was the long and the short of it.
And he knew that he would be protected. That's exactly what he did. He knew he would be protected, and he was protected. He knew that the community, the court system was going to look out for him. White supremacists understand the mindset of other white supremacists, and they understand the code that other white supremacists are on.
Let's get back to the Supreme Court. Now, if it really was the case that no black person has any kind of right that a white person is bound to respect, we would be living in a completely, utterly different world. And I think you must be able to imagine that that's the case.
What different world will we be living in if that were the case?
Wait, if that really were the case, a white person could kill any black person anytime with complete impunity. And we know that
happens. What are you talking about? That happens on a regular basis. That happens all the
time. Wait. You're telling no. Look, if in other words, if I decide that I don't like Barack Obama, he's a black man, I'm a white man, and I track him down and I shoot him, I'm just going to say, hey, I'm white, he was black, bye-bye, and the police will let me walk free.
Well, that's the president. So what? There's an exception. He was the president, so there's an exception to that. You just can't shoot a former president because.
Okay, how about a former governor, Doug Wilder, governor of Virginia? Can I shoot him? Or a black policeman? A black policeman? Why not?
Well, you can't. You can't. There have been black people who are off duty who've been killed.
Wait. Why not in uniform?
But the thing is,
That's
if
the
you,
thing, bro.
especially if you become what I call a race soldier,
yeah,
I won't
like
even call
that.
them
You
police
gotta
officers.
like,
If you become a police officer and you believe in white supremacy, which the FBI said law enforcement has been infiltrated by white supremacists, they can kill a black person with impunity. And
I see. And they do it all the time, right?
There's a system. The court system is going to protect them. The jury system is going to protect them. The prosecution is going to protect them. That's a reality, and that's always been a reality. There's nothing new about that. Nothing new about that.
Okay, now what if I'm a mere honorary white man? If I'm an Asian, can I kill a black person with impunity too, or do I have to be white?
Not if you're an honorary or Asian, and also we're talking about a lot of just hypothetical situations.
Well, but you're telling me that you have no rights that I'm bound to respect.
Norm. I'm talking about the norm. Now,
the norm.
You might find an exception every blue moon. For example, you can't find too many white officers who've been put in jail for killing a black person. It's like one every 20 years. So the exception doesn't negate the rule, Mr. Taylor. You know that. Just like for example. A lot of African immigrants, you spoke about Nigerian immigrants. Do you know what we're talking about IQ? Nigerian immigrants, they come over here and academically outperform whites and Asians. They do much better than Asians. So that kind of throws the whole IQ thing out the window. We're talking about race and IQ.
Well, but why does a white supremacist society permit such a thing?
Well, you can't really do anything what's going on in that person's mind. You know, a person is smart, they're smart. But
well, wait. If people are smart, they're smart. You're assuming, of course, that on average, black people are just as smart, maybe smarter than white people, right?
Not maybe smarter, but we have the same level of intelligence, of course.
Okay. Than white, they're smart. You're assuming, of course, that on if people are smart, they're smart. You're assuming, of course, that on average, black people are just as smart, maybe smarter than white people, right?
Not maybe smarter, but we have the
I just think it's weird that niggas
same level of intelligence.
Build anything. We built everything. We invented everything.
Okay. And white, they're smart. You're assuming, of course, that on average, black people are just as smart, maybe smarter than white people.
He
right?
said you're assuming they're just as smart.
Maybe smarter.
How are we not just as smart?
Yeah, but
well, wait. If people are smart, they're smart. You're assuming, of course, that on average, black people are just as smart, maybe smarter than white people, right?
What?
Not maybe smarter, but we have the same level of intelligence, of course.
Okay. Of course. All right. It goes without saying.
No, are you saying we don't have the same level of intelligence as whites?
Okay. If people are smart, they're smart. You're assuming, of course, that on average, black people are just as smart, maybe smarter than white people, right?
Not maybe smarter, but we have the same level of intelligence, of course.
Okay. Of course. All right. It goes without saying.
No, are you saying we don't have the same level of intelligence as whites?
Okay. I was just checking on that. I thought you might think that black people are actually smarter. But let's get back to the Supreme Court.
But you danced a little bit. You're dancing with the stars. Do you think that black people have equal intelligence as whites, Mr. Taylor?
No, I don't. On average, the black IQ is 85.
Why are black people as smart? What is it about black people that makes them less smart?
Oh, well, there are all kinds of things that go into what is called intelligence, the structure of the brain, the way the gray matter and the white matter interact, the rapidity of signals transmitted on neurons. We don't really know in 100% the biological underpinnings of intelligence.
I know, but I'm saying that's your angle.
Yeah, and I think is the
thing that we've already defined as pseudoscience. That's
and
your
the thing
angle.
is, scientific is not what the numbers say though. Your angle is a lie.
Yeah, no.
The numbers say we have.
He's trying to talk about the brain and anatomy.
Right, and he's right. He's right. He's just not. He's not right. He's talking about us. Ours is faster scientifically. It's proven our brain works faster. It's called melanin. What is he talking about? There's nothing to say a white brain works faster than a black brain.
That's never said that. Pseudo.
Right, and there's no science that said that.
Yes, it was.
That's what I'm saying. It's pseudo. It's not science.
Pseudoscience.
There's no science that said that. Yeah. There's niggas that said that.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, that was considered the scientists of
right,
America
but and when I'm just not considering that shit. I'm saying them niggas ain't show you no numbers that said that. They said it and they just made it up. There's no numbers to show like, okay, these niggas' brain work faster. It's always this could be or based on like nigga, show me a number.
You can't show nothing that ain't.
They haven't quantified that.
You can't show nothing.
Yeah, what the fuck? That's what I'm saying. They science never showed nothing. Them niggas scientists said that. Yeah, bro, that shit. Yeah, I did. It already kicked me out. Look, it kicked me out without me even having to leave out. So, yeah. So it worked. It worked, all right. Yeah, because I don't got no gun. Dorian.
But I think the evidence is overwhelming that East Asians, on average, are somewhat more intelligent than whites, and whites are more intelligent than blacks. But I know you're not going to agree on that. You're not even interested in the evidence. Signals transmitted on neurons. We don't really know in 100% the biological underpinnings of intelligence. But I think the evidence is overwhelming that East Asians, on average, are somewhat more intelligent than whites, and whites are more intelligent than blacks. But I know you're not going to agree on that. You're not even interested in the evidence.
Let me unpack that, because if black people are less intelligent, why the need for systematic deprivation? Why would the white supremacists do things like not allow black people to read, make it illegal for black people to read, which is what happened here in the United States for a long time? Why they do that for people who are already less intelligent?
We're talking about the United States today. You're saying the United States today is a white supremacist society. I do not deny that in the past the United States could be described as white supremacist. But let's get back to the Supreme Court.
But you didn't answer the question. That's a very valid question. If we were, and they were saying the same thing you're saying back then. Back in the 1800s, 1900s, they would say the same thing, that black people, our IQs are just not high. We're not as intelligent. Thomas Jefferson, he wrote a whole book, Letters from the State of Virginia, about how our IQs are not our IQ, but how our intelligence level is just so low. But at the same time, black people were not allowed to read. So why would you not allow people to read and make it a crime if they were already less intelligent?
First of all, Letters from the State of Virginia, it has only a few little remarks about blacks. It's about the state of Virginia. I mean, I realize that you think that white people are obsessed with by black people, and that's all they ever think about 24 hours a day.
You know, that book was the foundation of modern white supremacy ideology. You know that.
Oh, okay. No, I don't in fact know that. But Letters from the State of Virginia covers a lot.
Go on and on about how black people were.
Look, there are just a few passages in that book about black people.
And how inferior we were in that book. In those few passages, he was talking about how inferior we were.
He thought that blacks, on average, were less intelligent than whites. Now, nobody ever pretended. No one ever pretended that there were not some blacks who could read. No one ever suspected otherwise. He knew about, Thomas Jefferson knew about blacks who could read as well. No one ever doubted that they could read.
Well, it's illegal for black people to read if we just so less intelligent.
Well, the whole idea, in those states and at those times in which it was illegal. Now, don't forget, slavery was an extremely variegated thing. Any generalization about slavery is likely to be completely wrong, because it was so different depending on the time, so different depending on the place. There were, in some circumstances, laws against teaching slaves how to read. Not blacks in general, but slaves how to read, because it was thought that that might contribute to some sort of slave revolt or some attempt to gain freedom. But let's set that aside. I like to talk about the United States today.
Let me correct you, though, because even after slavery, during the Jim Crow era, it was you had white supremacists monitoring black people so they wouldn't read in public as well. So reading was something that was looked down upon with black people even after slavery. And when black people started to get their own schools and their own communities, they were torn down and burned down by the white supremacists. But go ahead,
Well, I'd like to hear examples of schools that were burned down by white supremacists, because after all, even
Oklahoma, 1921, Wilmington in the 1800s, Rosewood, I can just list those on and on. Go ahead.
Those were race riots. In any case, now back to the Supreme Court. You may recall that when Sonia Sotomayor, now in your view, she may be an honorary white for all I know, but when she was appointed to the Supreme Court by Barack Obama, She said that, well, it was pointed out that she had said that she thought that a wise Latina woman would be a better justice than a white man. This is well known about her. And when she came up for confirmation, the Senate, of course, was overwhelmingly white. Now, why would a white supremacist Senate, and surely some of those people must be white supremacists and not just suspected white supremacists because they're powerful, they're senators. And you said the most powerful people in the world, presumably including the premier of China, are white supremacists. So there must have been some white supremacists there. Why would they confirm a woman who says that a Latina woman will make a better judge than a white man? Isn't that a grave insult to white supremacy?
No, because most Latinos
okay.
are still white, and they just have different ethnic backgrounds. The ethnicity and race are two different things. She's still classified as white. That woman is still white. She just has a different ethnic background, sir. I don't think that Latinos, 95% of them are classified as white.
No.
Yes,
Well,
I'm not making that up. You right now you just use the "I'm white and I say so" narrative, which is just more white supremacy.
Okay. So when she says something insulting to white people, she's talking about Latinos as opposed to white men. She is making a distinction between a Latina woman and a white man. And so let me finish.
He's white.
Please let me finish. So she is drawing a distinction. She says, I'm Latina. You guys are white. And I'm going to make a better judge than you. And all those white supremacist senators, they said, oh, we'll let that pass because she's really white just like us. Was that what they thought?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. We can move on. That's all I needed to hear.
They have Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court.
Is he a white supremacist?
He's a mascot for white supremacy.
Is he a white supremacist?
No, you cannot be a black white supremacist. You can't.
I see.
He's a mascot for white supremacy. You can't be. You can't be a black white supremacist. You can be a tool for white supremacy, and that's what he.
All right, but a Hispanic can be a white supremacist.
Yes, they can. Understand? They identify with Spain. They don't identify with the Native American groups. The root word is Spain. Spain is still in Europe, and they identify with that. And the white supremacists, they give them this on and off, back and forth cat and mouse status. But ultimately, it's a family dispute between other white people.
Wait. So Puerto Ricans, they think of themselves as Spaniards. Is that right?
Yes, many of them do. As a matter of fact,
think they're Spaniards.
When you go to these countries, you see the darker Puerto Ricans are dominated and mistreated by the lighter Puerto Ricans because the lighter Puerto Ricans see themselves as white, sir.
Okay, and by seeing themselves as white, that makes them white, and they become the mascots and the tools of the real white supremacists. Okay, I understand. Now, do you remember James Watson? He's the co-discoverer of DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he was probably the most famous living scientist in the world. And he started talking about race differences in IQ, and he concluded that perhaps black people, for genetic reasons, are less intelligent than whites. Now, you may recall that he was absolutely pilloried. All the white people practically in America got on his back and said, no, you can't talk about that. And he lost his job, he lost all kind of his prestige, he's disappeared from sight. That will happen to just about any white person in America, no matter how prominent, no matter how prestigious. If he starts talking about racial differences in IQ, out the door. He is considered a moral pariah. Why is that the case if we really are all white supremacists anyway?
Well, the thing is, the whole intelligence thing or the IQ thing, it's used by white supremacists to justify the maldistribution of resources and the mistreatment of people.
Exactly. So that should be part of American dogma. Right?
Really? Like,
wait.
I don't understand. Elaborate on that.
As you say, if the idea is that black people are less intelligent than whites, and that justifies what you say, the maldistribution of wealth in the United States, why is it that someone that makes that argument about racial differences in IQ is considered a demon and a pariah and is shoved out of respectable society?
Well, because usually they have blatant white supremacist views anyway. They're just using IQ and all that stuff to justify. See, the IQ thing, that thing started really with Nazi Germany.
You're not answering my question.
I'm trying my best. I'm trying to answer your question, but I'm telling you, the IQ thing was started in Nazi Germany.
That's not true.
Be justified to harm people who were classified as non-white then. Yes, it was. They used IQ to justify putting people in concentration camps. Yes, they did.
Wait, IQ goes back to before the First World War. That's before Nazi Germany. Sanford Binet, the Binet test, that goes way back before the Second World War. But my point is this: if, as you believe, the ideas about racial superiority and inferiority are used to justify white dominance over blacks, why is it that anyone in the United States today who openly talks about racial differences in IQ and talks about the lower black IQ becomes a social pariah? Why?
Because it's not true. That's why, and it can be debunked.
What? But you say all the white supremacists believe it.
Yeah, but it can be debunked. That's the problem. It's classic. It can be debunked. I've heard you say that black people have a low IQ and there was nothing in Africa and black people didn't have two-story buildings and black there was no will and they couldn't tame beasts of burden. So all that stuff is so easily debunked. This is why people, a lot of times when they take these white extremists, we look at them as pariahs because that information is just not true.
But wait, if it is not true and everyone knows it's not true, then okay, maybe there are a few benighted goofballs like me who haven't got the message yet, but if it's generally accepted as not true, then that completely blows apart the justification for white supremacy, right?
No, it doesn't, because enough people believe that. Enough people believe it's true. And the people who want to believe it's true are the white supremacists because that's part of the religion of white supremacy.
Okay.
Anything negative about black people to justify the mistreatment and dominance.
Okay, and those people are the most powerful people in the world.
White supremacists.
Okay. Then if the most powerful people in the world believe this, surely one of them, or maybe even two of them, perhaps even three of them would have come to James Watson's assistance when he started talking about race and IQ. Why? How come not one of them put his head above the parapet and said, hey, Watson's right?
Well, they might not have done it publicly, but there's an old saying that white supremacists don't get fired, they get transferred. So they probably...
Another saying? Oh, I've never heard it before, but that's
white supremacists don't get fired, they get transferred. He's fine. He's somewhere, somebody's taking care of him. Whenever a white person does something and they get fired or they get called a pariah, they get money raised somewhere. Somebody's going to look out for them. So the white supremacists, they know not to let one of their own fall.
Hey, I hate to break in here for a second, but didn't we have a black president for the last 8 years? If you're saying that the only people in charge are white people, how do you explain Obama being our president for the last 8 years?
Oh, he's a pet. He's a mascot.
He knows that. Hey, Jared knows that. When you put a black person in position, listen, when you put a black person, when a white supremacist will elevate a black person, there are two rules, and these rules have never faltered. Number one, you do not punish white people, and number two, you do not help black people in large numbers. And Obama did not do either of those things, so he's fine.
It seems like Trump has actually helped black people more. You know, recently it said Trump has the lowest African-American unemployment rate, and the African-American Democrats, they wouldn't even stand for that.
That's a lie. They proved it was a lie. They put out the stats. That's a lie. The unemployment rate, they've increased. That's a complete lie. But deception is
well, I wanted to ask one question that keeps coming up in the chat. So people keep asking, and this question is for Tariq, and then Jared, you can respond. They say, if Black Lives Matter, why is there so much black on black crime, and why is there such a
Let me get that right there. Let me get that green motherfucker. Come on, Dory, hop in. That Escalade. What Escalade? Hey, let me get that white thing. That range right there. Yeah, the green wheel. I need somebody to hop in this bitch though, Dory.
Ba-da-ba-ba-boom. 25, 47.
I want that. I want that range right there. Dorian, hop your goofy ass in my car, nigga. This nigga Dorian, I just need you to hop in my car, bro. Thank you, Junior.
Substantial amount of blacks doing crime and murder to other blacks.
That's a lie. There's not black people doing a lot of crime. The only high crime
Like
rate
Chicago, for
So that's it. Chicago is the go-to place because there is no black crime in large numbers anywhere else. That's another lie they use to justify black people in large numbers. Black crime rates are not high because black crime rates have always been the same. There's nothing unique about black crime rates. Isn't that right, Jerry?
You're wrong about that. No, black crime rates are very high, not just Chicago, in Baltimore, in Washington, in New York.
Why are black crime rates high?
Oh, I think you know very well what the answer about that question is. I think to me, it's much more interesting that you genuinely appear to believe that the black violent crime rate is no higher than the white rate. Let's just leave it at that, because you appear to believe that, and I find that fascinating. But I think there are other things that are actually rather more interesting. But wait.
But the black crime has always been high because blackness is itself a crime. Being a black person, what things are illegal if you're black. It's always been like that. Black crime rate goes back. It's been high since the early 1900s.
Okay, so when a black person kills another black person, that's because being black is a crime?
No, because most people who are in jail are not in jail for murder. They're in jail for nonviolent drug offenses.
I'm talking about the murder rate.
That's why he should say that.
Because that's very rare that black people commit high crimes for murder. We don't commit murder like that. That is a lie.
That's a lie. Okay, and the black unemployment.
If that's the case, most black people would be in jail for murder. Black people are not in jail for murder for the most part. We're talking in there for nonviolent drug offenses.
That's why I meant just too easy. Asians kill
So,
Asians.
okay, the idea, the statistics that come out of black, overwhelmingly black cities that suggest a high murder rate are a lie, as is the statistics about the black unemployment rate. That too is a lie?
The black unemployment rate is high because
Wait. You said
white supremacists control the job, so that's always going to be high.
But no, didn't you tell me that when Baked Alaska earlier said that the black unemployment rate is at a record low under Trump, you said that was a lie, right?
Yeah, because black unemployment rate is high. It's always been high. The black unemployment rate has always been high.
Well, wait, but then are you or aren't you disputing Donald Trump's claim that it is lower now than when it was under Obama?
It's still high. It's high now. It's high. The unemployment rate is high. I mean, y'all can try to spin it any way you can.
But it's lower than it's ever been in history, I think, is the point.
No, it's not. That's not true. That's more, I'm white, I say so. But Jared, why are black people so violent?
Lower than it's ever been in history, I think, is the
No,
point.
it's not. That's not true. That's more, I'm white, I say so. But Jared, why are black people so violent? Why are black people violent?
Okay, you want to answer that question?
I do. I want to know the answer.
Listen,
it's a combination of low average IQ and high serum testosterone combined with a lesser ability to defer gratification. If Because the combination of low IQ and high testosterone, no matter what the race of the person, makes a man more likely to commit crimes, primarily of violence, but other crimes as well. Furthermore, an inability to defer gratification. Other crimes as well. Furthermore, an inability to defer gratification. And you can prove this if you take a group of white children, a group of black children, and you say to them, you have a choice of either 1 marshmallow now or 3 marshmallows a half an hour from now. Asian children are more likely to say, well, I'll wait and I'll get the 3 marshmallows. Then the Asian are the most likely, then comes whites, then comes blacks. Black children want that 1 marshmallow now, even if it means they don't get 3 marshmallows in a half an hour. That kind of mentality of being unwilling to
What if I just wanted 1 marshmallow?
sacrifice.
Sorry, I'm dumb. I'm dumb for what I'm dumb.
Yeah, I'm dumb because I didn't want
That's my
most.
IQ. My IQ
I'm
low.
dumb because I wasn't greedy.
My IQ is low because I didn't want more. It's a marshmallow, good.
Nigga, I'm not about to see you again later. Nigga. I'm about to leave you. Just give me that. I want to see you.
Why do I have to want more to be smart?
Yeah, it makes no sense. None of this shit do, man.
Now, the future lends itself to a kind of smash and grab mentality that makes people more likely to commit crimes. So it's a combination of those 3 things. And you find
being in a system where you're systematically deprived of things, because black people are systematically deprived of resources in every area of activity.
then why are the violent crime rates so high in African countries as well? Why are they high? Why are they high in Haiti?
That's a complete bald-faced lie.
Okay, another lie. All right, sorry.
A week or so ago, the crime rate there is damn near non-existent. In many African countries, the crime rates are extremely low, so that's not true, sir. But,
okay, sorry, yet another lie, yet another white supremacist lie.
There's a lot of lies going on here.
Yeah, a lot of lying going here.
Jared, okay, well, shit.
What's that?
Okay, let me ask you, Jared. If black people, if we do have a low IQ, and we can't defer gratification, and hell, you're making some very good points that the testosterone level has an effect on the brain based on the environment, and black people are genetically, we're just born violent. What should white people do to black people?
To black people? Well, I don't think white people should do anything to black people. And I think that the races are better off living separately. And it sounds to me as though you would agree with that, insofar as white people are incurably white separatist, incurably white supremacist. Wouldn't you be better off with your own independent country, away from the influence of all these wicked white people?
Every time black people do try to do that, the white supremacists come over there, take over the country, and drain the resources. So where are we going to go in a global system of white supremacy, Jared?
There's just no way out for you poor guys. Huh?
Where do we go? Where do we go?
Independent country, away from the influence of all these wicked white people.
Every time black people do try to do that, the white supremacists come over there, take over the country, and drain the resources. So where are we going to go in a global system of white supremacy, Jared?
There's just no way out for you poor guys. Huh?
Where do we go? Where do we go that's not dominated by white supremacy?
Well, if you assume that the entire world, including the North Pole and Antarctica, are dominated by white supremacy, then you're right. You're out of luck.
But I'm asking a serious question. Where do black people go? If we're going to have an ethno-black state and ethno-white state, where can black people go where we will not be dominated by white supremacy? Where?
Okay.
Let's say the white supremacists stop doing things that make them white supremacists, right? Like right now, today, right now. I always think it's so interesting that you never know how long it's going to take for people to register that. So for many years past when they stopped, it's going to be people, how you talk about updating information. It's going to be people who still saying that.
Yeah.
So in a way, me hearing him talk about this whole time and keep talking about white supremacy, I don't like that it's giving them this power that I don't even feel like they fucking got.
Yeah.
I get the systems in play. I know that they play games. They That's if you try to work. If you want to be in a system, they're gonna fuck you around, and they play a lot of games to tie you up. That's true.
Yeah.
But I don't like giving them this like absolute power. Like when he said, "Oh, so you poor little guys," he's like, "No, we're
Yeah,
not for
see
you."
what I'm saying?
It's like, no, yeah. Essentially, that is what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what it is. No, seriously.
So no,
That's what
I'm
I said.
fuck all that.
Yeah. No, that's the funny thing.
Yeah.
Is that you're making him look like the boogeyman.
Yeah.
But he's not. He's the
Yeah.
homeless. He's the homeless guy.
Yeah.
He likes being the boogeyman. He likes the whole. You guys can go here. You can do this, bitch. You can go there for real.
Yeah.
That's what he need to. Y'all can go somewhere. Like that's what. Why we haven't considered that? Well, why don't y'all go somewhere? But he gonna say like, well, where can white people go? Exactly.
I mean, you talk about Europe, bro. Go ahead. Remember
Mhm.
the DNA thing?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to Africa.
Yeah, you talked about Europe. You said, how you gonna say that? How you gonna say white people genetics say they come from Europe, and now you talking about some black folks can't? Where y'all gonna go? Nigga, where you gonna go? You just say your genetics come from Europe. What are you doing here? That's the question. The question is, what's going on here? Yo ass.
The question is, what's going on here?
Yeah, your ass just said. You just said you ain't from here. You said your genes said you from Europe. So why you asking me where I'm gonna go? My genes said I'm from here. That don't even make no sense. That don't make no sense, man. Oh, we still got the stream going. Hey, oh shit. What's up, chat? We got a whole chat going. Look at this, bro. I ain't even looking.
Oh wow.
Just look at this, bro. Look at this whole chat. What's up, y'all? Look at this. It goes, it's a whole chat. Bro, what? What? It's a whole chat. This on YouTube right now, by the way. We didn't even know folks was on here with us.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. How can anyone just facts? Smart has nothing to do with IQ, exactly. Facts. Facts. Alexis is on it. Okay. Just said, well, hopefully you're available Saturday. Oh, okay. They did dress rehearsal. Everybody. Thank you. This song lit. Salute. What's up, Ultralight? He said honorary, man. Hey, this is crazy, bro. People on here with us. What's that?
Okay, if you then grant that it is theoretically possible for blacks to have a country of their own, whether it's in North America or in Africa or in Haiti, then the proper solution would be to find some kind of division within the United States. And so blacks should have their territory, but they can be whatever it is their destiny is to be. And believe me.
When black people try to do that, the white supremacists destroy it, Tariq.
Wait. No. In the case of Liberia, white people were very happy for the Liberians to establish Liberia. They helped them go. They did their best to make it a success. It was the Liberians who ended up making it not work. And when Marcus Garvey wanted to send his people to Liberia, it was the Liberians who told him, no, we're not interested in you, Marcus. We have our own little place here. We don't want you coming to dominate us. There would have been plenty of white people who would have said, Marcus, take your boys and go.
Well, in Liberia, they just dropped off a bunch of people who had no connection with the land and they didn't give them any resources. So that created a conflict. So you just can't drop off somewhere. They didn't have a connection with Liberia. You just drop people off who were born and raised here generation after generation and just drop them off into some random land and then say, okay, go at it. Of course there's going to be conflict. If you take white Americans, there's going to be a conflict.
No, I'm not talking about conflict. In fact, once the Liberians established themselves as top of the heap, there was a certain amount of conflict, but they established a country. And wait. And the white people were happy for them to go. The people of the American
dominated Liberia. They dominated Liberia. They dominated the economy there.
Well,
and they still do dominate the economy over there.
Of course, in your view, white people dominate the economy of the moon.
I'm just talking about facts, sir. They dominate the economy, the banking, all of the resources over there, all through West Africa. So I'm talking real talk here. Where can we go?
Well, if you believe, you must have a very, very high regard for white people. You must think white people are the cleverest, most accomplished manipulators in the history of the world. White people are only about 15% of the population, and they dominate the world. They control everything.
Where should black people go first?
Don't you guys have like an entire continent called Africa? Isn't that?
No, that's dominated. He just told us. That's completely under the thumb of the dominated. That's
like an entire continent.
Where should black people go first?
Don't you guys have like an entire continent called Africa? Isn't that?
No, that's dominated. He just told us. That's completely.
Don't you guys have like an entire continent called Africa?
You must have a very, very high regard for white people. You must think white people are the cleverest, most accomplished manipulators in the history of the world. White people are only about 15% of the population, and they dominate the world. They control everything.
Where should black people go first?
Don't you guys have like an entire continent called Africa? Isn't that?
No, that's dominated. He just told us. That's completely under the thumb of the white man.
I mean, where are white people supposed to go? I think that's probably better.
Europe.
Europe.
Go back to Europe.
That's been flooded with refugees.
I would have said, talk about it. Where should they go? Where are you originating from? People are like, yeah, of course. Well, that's black Europeans before you, nigga. They predate you.
It's not that. But the refugees are going there because you took the resources out of Africa over there. So where are we going to go? See, I want a solution. This is why this is white supremacy, the religion. There's this religion. There's no end. There's no beginning. This whole let's practice white supremacy into perpetuity, and let's pass the collection plate around. Because now we're talking about.
Is there such a thing as black supremacy? Is there Asian supremacy? Is it exclusive to white people?
You cannot have two supremes. That's a contradiction of terms. It's literally cannot have.
No. So I do have a question. You said that not.
What should be done with black people? I do not want to dance around that because
I told you. I think.
Where? We talking logistics. See, we're throwing out these open-ended things. That's basically rhetoric, but there are no real logistics behind it. Like, just go back to Africa. That's rhetoric. No. Where can we go? Seriously.
Well, I don't have a particular part of the United States that I think should be set aside for black people. But I think if we started talking about race in a serious way, we would recognize that blacks and whites have tried to live together for 400 years, and it's not working out. So if this were a matter, it would. Please let me finish.
I just want to answer. I don't want to filibuster now because I really want a real answer.
Well, I don't have a particular place in mind, but if we were to agree that that is the solution, we could certainly work something out. It would be not difficult at all.
Let's work it out right now. What should we work out? Where should we go?
Oh, there might be parts of the South that should be exclusively black. There might be, that would probably be the obvious place. I think the question of the details of where to go are less. What's that?
We've done that. There were black communities in the South, and the white supremacists just go and destroy them. They just go and say, hey, a black person picked a white woman.
Wait.
They've always done that, sir.
Wait. They have not always done that. They sent black people were sent to Africa with the blessing of the whites.
No, they weren't.
Sierra Leone, let me finish, please. Sierra Leone was started by freed black people who were freed by the British and the slave trade with their blessing. And they said,
because the British were fighting, they were fighting for the British, and the British set it up for them. Let's talk.
No, they were not fighting for the British. If the British found any kind of slave trade going on, they had abolished slavery within the empire in 1835. And if they caught people who were in a slaver ship, they would take them to Sierra Leone and they would say, here you go, you guys are free, make the most of it.
Freetown.
White people have what? White? Yes, Freetown. That's exactly the name of the
Why
place.
was it called Freetown?
Because they were freed from the transatlantic, of course. And the point is, they were given the blessing of white people to go and do what you wish to do. The same for decolonization. Colonization in Africa lasted from maybe in the mid 1800s to 1960, maybe a century's time. And when black people said, look, we are tired of being colonized, get out. The British left. The French left. Eventually, the Portuguese left. They all said, okay, you want to run the show? You can run the show. White people are perfectly happy for black people to be where they are and run the show.
You're not. No, that's not true. You drop them off, don't give them any resources after raping them for centuries. Don't give them resources, then control their economy. You're not letting them be themselves. Just like over in Zimbabwe, just like in Haiti, they have trade sanctions.
Trade sanctions. Look, there is an enormous amount of foreign aid to Haiti and to Africa. Is this? You think this is a big lie too? You think that the billions that have been
they break the oil and the gold out of Haiti and drop off a bag of rice? That's foreign trade. That's rape, sir. I was just over there. They're raping Haiti.
There is no gold. There is no oil in Haiti.
Okay.
No gold. If you were there and you found gold and oil, then you should be a rich man.
Sure.
Wait. Why is there even? Wait. Tell me. Wait. Why is there even a penny of aid to any of these countries? Why would the white supremacists give even a penny of aid?
Because they took the resources out of them, especially Africa. In Africa, they drained the resources out of.
Wait. And they feel guilty? Why the aid?
Not guilty aid. You put up a pretext of you doing something positive, but you're still raping the country.
But why would they even bother to pretend they're doing something good?
You take the resources and go in, you send the missionaries in and say, hey, look, I'm bringing food. And the missionaries and the military, they always work hand in hand. You send in the missionaries first, and then once you get a foothold in there, here comes the military, taking the gold, the silver, the cobalt, the diamonds, and everything else. You will not allow black folks to have an ethno-black state because we're in a global system. So it's just circular rhetoric, Mr. Taylor, sir.
Wait. No,
You're practicing the religion of white supremacy. It's the open-ended white supremacy.
What's the solution to this open-ended white supremacy? What's the solution?
If I knew the solution, I would be putting it on billboards right now. I figured out how to not be dominated by white supremacy. The problem is, unfortunately, a lot of black folks don't even realize we're in a global system of white supremacy. That's the sad thing. Yeah. I kind of realize it, but I'm in the minority. And this is why the white supremacists are so powerful.
Okay. Now, you realize white people are probably only 15% of the population of the world.
No, they're less than that. You're 8% of the population.
Okay, 8%. That's fine. And yet, this 8% manages 8% of the population of the world.
No, they're less than that. You're 8% of the population.
Okay, 8%. That's fine. And yet, this.
No, they're. Hey, I'm so dumb though. I know you're. Man, shut the fuck up. But I'm dumb though. You 8% of the whole population, and you think you got a lower IQ than you? You gotta be shitting me. You 8% of the planet's population, bro. That's crazy.
Less than that, you're 8% of the population.
Okay, 15% of the population.
You're a minority.
Now, you realize white people are probably only 15% of the population of the world.
No, they're less than that. You're 8% of the population.
Okay, 8%. That's fine. And yet, this 8% manages to dominate the entire globe.
Yes.
How come?
because the white supremacists were smart enough to use deception in a way that has never been used before. Black people across the planet, they've been used to this honor system with dealing with each other, and they have realized that black, because most people, well, not most, the whole planet was black at one point. If we don't,
Really?
It was.
North America, South America?
Yes, absolutely. Look at the Olmec statues down in South America. Even in Britain, they just came out with a story talking about Cheddar Man was a black people up in modern Britain. So we dominated the planet.
The whole planet?
The whole planet. The whole planet.
Okay, great. You have the whole planet.
You guys, are you, sorry to interrupt, are you, do you believe the theory that you guys, black people built a
with each other, and they have realized that black, because most people, well, not most, the whole planet was black at one point.
Really?
It was.
North America, South America?
Yes, absolutely. Look at the Olmec statues down in South America. Even in Britain, they just came out with a story talking about Cheddar Man was a black people up in modern Britain. So we dominated the planet.
The whole planet?
The whole planet. The whole planet.
Okay, great. You have the whole planet.
You guys, are you, Tariq, sorry to interrupt, are you, do you believe the theory that you guys, black people built the pyramids? Is that true?
Yes,
of course.
Who else built them? Who else built them? Who else built them?
You believe you were Kangs? Is that true?
Who built the pyramids 3,000 years ago?
Well, as a matter of fact, let me answer this question.
Go ahead.
They have just done a set of DNA tests on ancient Egyptian mummies. They tested a set of mummies. Oh, now you're going to tell me the results were lies because they're white people who did it, and it's all white supremacists and baloney. So believe. It's just like crime rates. It's just like the unemployment rate. All white supremacist lies. Okay.
Get it out and you believe. Come on.
I don't even have to spit it out. You already tell. Okay. Look, what they found was this. They tested mummies from between 1380 BC until 425 AD. And they found that the DNA of these people is very closely related to the ancient people of present-day Israel, Jordan, Syria. That these were Middle Eastern people. Today's Egyptians, which I don't know if you would call them black, but today's Egyptians have some black admixture, but that admixture showed up about 700 years ago. The people who built the pyramids were by no means sub-Saharan Africans, and that has been clear for years.
Even the paintings, the statue, all of it showed that they were, even over in the so-called Middle East where you say they originated from, how come there are not 3,000-year-old structures in a similar manner there?
Well, why should there be? I mean, you just happen to, well, the ones that...
You're trying to say a group of people left where they came from.
No, I'm not saying they left there.
Went to another country, built up all these structures and didn't do it where they were from?
Well, they did it where they happened to be when they had the resources and the idea to do it. Of course, within the Middle East, there were these enormous ziggurats and the Babylonian hanging gardens. They had quite an accomplished civilization there as well. But my point is,
now you got pyramids down in Ethiopia and other parts of southern Africa. You have stone structures, but in the Middle East, you don't have 3,000-year-old statues even remotely close to what was in Egypt. So this whole theory that they were building stuff in Africa that they didn't build in the country of origin makes.
I'm not saying it's the country of origin. The point is they are genetically similar to the people of that area who built the ziggurats and the hanging gardens and the Colossus of Rhodes and all of that sort of thing. Those are the people.
So-called Middle East, that was just another satellite of Africa. All of that stuff was Africa. These were black African people. So that's just what it is.
Okay, and so you're telling me that the entire globe was dominated by Africans, and they had this honor system by black people, yes, black people, and they had this honor system. They were trusting, wonderful, simple friends of the earth, and then along came these white people, and they, although they're a tiny minority, they tricked and hoodwinked and deceived them into a status of inferiority. Is that your view?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
100%.
Wow.
They used
Now, where did the white people come from? Were they created by a guy on Patmos? Yakub? Did Yakub cook them up?
I look at it from a scientific standpoint. The white supremacists came out during the Urmian Ice Age. This is when the people who are classified as white now were depigmented because they were in the Urmian Ice Age and they lost the melanin being stuck in the ice. And the nose became alkaline, the lips became thinner.
Alkaline,
huh? To protect the neck because of the heat thing. So there's a scientific reason for it. Not to say anybody's inferior or superior. There's scientific adaptations to the body that causes people to become inferior. So that's what.
Okay, so there were black people everywhere, but white people. Now, then, where did white people appear from?
Came from Europe. They came out of Europe during the Warmian Ice. After the Warmian Ice, the white skin people fairly. Even scientists say this. White skinned people. The story came out today in a European publication saying that white skinned people really is about 6,000 to 8,000 years old, relatively new.
Well, that could very well be. But so the point is, all of the people up until 6,000 years ago were basically black people.
Yeah,
and then this tiny number of whites appeared, but they were so clever, so diabolical that they now dominate the world.
The white supremacists were the ones who came down and intermixed with other people. They had to come up with a system of white supremacy in order to survive because they realized something. And really, white supremacy really started dominating 500 years ago. Because remember, when you guys were going through the Dark Ages in Europe, it was actually black people called the Moors who came in there and brought in civilization and ushered in the Renaissance era to save the Europeans from dying. You almost died out because of the plague. So it was the Moors who came in there and ushered in a new era. That's why they have a saying, thank heaven for 7-Eleven. That's because the Moors came in 7-Eleven. So the Moors helped create universities and all types of things there. But when they got the Moors out, this is when white supremacy started happening. So there's a direct correlation between the Moors and white supremacy.
Okay, so until the Moors came, now the Moors came all the way up to Poitiers in France in 732, and they were beaten back there. They were stuck there. But hold on. But until they showed up, there was nothing on the order of a civilization, nothing like a university, and without them, there wouldn't have been any of that stuff. The Romans, for example, or the Greeks, for example, they were just penny-ante folks who just didn't have any kind of civilization.
All around.
Maybe they were all black to begin with.
No. When the Romans were a fixed mulatto race, just like the Greeks. They were a fixed mulatto race. Well, this is why Greeks and Italians, they weren't considered white until fairly recently. There's a reason why. Wait. And Napoleon had a saying, Africa starts in Rome. So that meant that those are really mulatto people. So
we have statues of Greeks and Romans. They don't look the least bit mulatto to me. Am I cross-eyed or what's my problem?
Those statues are built in the 1800s. You have statues at museums that don't have a scratch in them. That's supposed to be 2,000 years old. That's ridiculous. Those are forgeries. Many of them
forgeries. So the white supremacists came up with these forgeries to convince themselves that the Greeks and Romans were white?
Absolutely. I didn't say that. No. I didn't say that.
Okay. Why were they? Who forged them and why?
They whitened them up a little bit more later on down the line. Because again, Greeks and Romans were not considered white until like the 1920s and 30s. They didn't consider them white for a long time.
Okay.
So that's why they call them guineas. Let's go back to the guinea thing. That's why they would call Italians guineas.
We have a common question coming up in the chat again that I need to address. So they're asking if these industries there's many industries that we see that are not dominated by white people. And people are giving the example of Hollywood is mostly run, the news media, by Jewish people. They're talking about the NBA, is mostly African-American players and things like that. So how can you say that everything is white dominated when we see some industries like Hollywood or the NBA that are clearly not white dominated?
They are, because the people you saying that's Jewish is still white. Religion, race is two different things.
So, there is racially Jewish, like Ashkenazi is
still white. Still classified as white.
So what all is classified as white? Because earlier you were saying, the Irish might not be white, other people, but you think the Jews are white?
There are white Jews. There are white Jews. Not the Jews are white. There are white Jews. Jew is a religion. You got jet black Jews.
Well, there's also a racial factor to it, right?
No, there's no racial factor.
So why, when you do a 23andMe, why do you get Ashkenazi Jew? Why does that come up in your?
I don't know what the DNA thing is, but I want to know why.
Well, I'm telling you that it does come up.
Well, why do they classify themselves as white? The Ashkenazi Jews. Why do they classify themselves as white?
I don't know. That I'm not Jewish. I don't really know the answer to that question. But the point is there are different industries that are not dominated
I was going
by whites.
because there's Jewish people who are white. You have Jewish people who practice white supremacy too. Like in Israel, you go to Israel and there's black Jews who are being discriminated against by the white Jews.
So is there white supremacy going on in Israel?
Yes, because they're trying to kick out a lot of African Jews.
Look, there's white supremacy everywhere in the world. We were told that white supremacy dominates the planet.
Japan, for instance, is 98.4% ethnic Japanese, I believe. How is Japan run by white supremacy?
Well, they control the economy. And they can.
But there's no white people there. How could they control the economy if they're not even there?
Like in many African countries, and they control the economy, you control directly and indirectly. Just like Haiti, they got trade sanctions on Haiti. There are no white people in Haiti, but they control the economy. That's how white supremacy runs.
I mean, it sounds like black people are pretty weak if they can't control their own country.
Ding, 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 ding. I agree. We are very weak.
Oh, we're agreeing. Okay.
Collectively, we haven't figured out that we're in a global system of white supremacy. I'm one of the few people who have figured this out. Sorry for my language.
And so
we've been in a weakened state for a long time. We are.
So what is your best solution? I know you said you haven't figured it out, but come up with something. What you would do? What?
I would execute the solution. I would no longer ding, 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 ding. Directly. Just like Haiti, they got trade sanctions on Haiti. There are no white people in Haiti, but they control the economy. That's how white supremacy runs.
I mean, it sounds like black people are pretty weak if they can't control their own country.
Ding, 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 ding. I agree. We are very weak.
Oh, we're agreeing. Okay.
Collectively, we haven't figured out that we're in a global system of white supremacy. I'm one of the few people who have figured this out. Sorry for my language.
And so
we've been in a weakened state for a long time. We are.
So what is your best solution? I know you said you haven't figured it out, but come up with something. What you would do? What?
I would execute the solution. I would tell people.
You would execute white people?
What?
You said execute. What? Who are you executing?
Okay, I execute the solution.
Oh, okay.
Solution. Do the solution. I would do. Right. Yeah, I would do the solution. I would do the action, whatever it would take to educate people. Let's watch the word.
Okay, go on.
But as far as the NBA, it's the
why can't Danny Calloway line right there? Bro, he's on this little chat. He be talking about a deep subject, like the Indians, this and that, and that. And then he'd be like, "What you say, baby? Huh, baby? You wearing that out tonight, baby? Are you wearing that? What you wearing? You taking my truck? Okay. Sorry, y'all. My girl just came in. It's like, what? Why you lie about that, bro? I know you act like you got a girl. Why you act like you got a wife, bro? You got an imaginary wife. That's what happened, bro. Remember I said niggas doing fake interviews and shit? Yeah. On the shit, it sounded like he was like making it up. You know how you acting like you guys on the phone real quick because you want to be bothered? You go, hey, what's up? Where y'all at? Yeah? 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 Word? Nah. Bet. All right. Oh, sorry, man. What you saying? That's what he did. Bro, on Top Cat shit. It was like, why you do that? Like, why you have to act like you was talking to your girl? It's like, baby, it's like, oh, because, I just wanted to see if she was wearing that out because, a girl bad, like what? Wait, a lot of people watching this right now. Dude, it was so cringy. And everybody's not cool and hip, you know what I'm saying? So niggas don't catch on to shit like that. But see, a nigga like me, I was at the roasting table in high school. I roast your ass, cause we peeping game. Don't do that lame shit. You do some lame shit, you getting called out. These niggas let lame shit go, and they be like, I love him. That nigga lame as fuck. Nigga, your lame ass out there with that bullshit. Stop acting like that. Why you acting like? Whoa, Truth Uncompromised live right now. What are you doing?
Baby, I'm so sorry, man. I'm flushing these.
Truth Uncompromised is live right
The
now.
spiritual being yourself. You yourself. That spiritual being.
Uh-oh.
You who you are. When you leave, it's gonna be your true self. Now you your true self. That's your name that you got in this lifetime. That's your name. But you have a deeper name. You have your soul name. Yourself, your true name. From when you sparked the first time.
That nigga turned. Why you so turned?
You got a true name.
It's like you have to call a demon by his name to get him out.
Correct. That's exactly what I was about to say. In magic and alchemy, either way, angel, a demon, any type of supernatural being, if you know its original name, source code, spirit, soul, whatever you want to call it, you can have dominion over it because you called it by its name.
Called by his name.
And what are we? What are we? You are spirit. When you know, so we know we got a source code. You know we got a true name.
Yeah.
So once they get to that point, that's when every time them resets come about, all they gotta do is just change whatever their system is and put your source code in. Boop, boop. We got them for another 26.
Yeah, right now.
And they program.
And then
Thursday.
Tamika, did you ever see Lovecraft Country?
Me?
I fell asleep.
There was a part where the mom had went up to the extraterrestrial alien and she was like asking her what her name is, and then she told her what her name is, and she said, "I am." And so her essential being, her source code name was "I am." It wasn't like, whatever, Scotty, Rhonda, Tamika, whatnot. It's, it's a bigger consciousness than what can be contained in an earthly body. Exactly.
So do you think that we have already assisted the AI supercomputers in knowing our source code based upon the things that we've been watching on YouTube that interest us?
Think they built
that? No, they don't. The algorithm is the ops for sure. You still have free will. You still able to fight.
I know we still have free will, but haven't we been helping their asses?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We've been helping them unwillingly, but now we have the choice. Now once you woke, that's it. Once you know better, you have to do better. So you have no excuse then. So now it's that level to where we need that back. We need that. We need that back. We need all that. We can't give them a chance to breathe.
So I feel like we're teeter-tottering then. Like, I feel like as long as we keep existing in these spaces the way we are right now, we're just helping the internet 3.0. And the only way to really fight it is to completely not use it anymore.
Sean been saying that forever, and I told y'all that's why I ain't going with y'all.
I don't want to go neither. It's my children. They get on my goddamn nerves trying to
you got
be in this
to take
shit.
care of. I understand. You got responsibilities. That's why my last go round, I made a conscious decision not to have babies. For that purpose, I knew exactly what the fuck I was doing. I knew.
Well, rub it in my face.
No, that's okay.
Just rub it in my face.
You do you. I'll be the oracle in my backyard, and you just gotta tap in and telekinesis me, and we could communicate that way. But
that's how it's gonna be. This is how we get there. This is the thing, because even in there they showed it was people who couldn't go into the matrix because they was born in the real world and they didn't have the tubes and the holes in them, so they couldn't do that. And for you to go through that you could die going through that. So you had those who could. They was the hackers. They was the ones reading source code. They was the ones implementing, hacking their codes and handling the matrix when they was in there. They was their handlers. They was they hackers. They tech.
Well, can you keep an eye out for my babies when you in there? Because I ain't going in that shit neither.
So just to remind y'all, remember we went over this patent? That's why I had to stop the history stuff with the Real Pilgrim series. Yeah. Because I ran across that astro plane and it said, bitch, you need to stop that and get on that and get these information out. Y'all see the date on this patent application for a practical time travel machine, dynamic, efficient, virtual, and real robots? Now, I'm just going to read this abstract because we got a lot of new people. But this what started out that Mama Terra series when I ran across this information. A method for time travel which allows an object or a group of objects to travel into the past or the future, as well as a method to cut objects from the past or the future and paste them to the current environment. The present invention, called the practical time machine, requires teams of super intelligent robots that work together in the virtual world and the real world to generate a perfect timeline of planet Earth. Now, I'm not reading no motherfucking sci-fi. This is a patent. The timeline of Earth records all objects, events, and actions every fraction of a nanosecond for the past or the future. A time traveler will set a time travel date. The time traveler can be one object or a group of objects. Next, atom manipulators are scattered throughout the Earth to change objects in our current environment based on the timeline and incrementally change the current environment until the time travel date. Each atom manipulator is intelligent and manipulates the current environment as well as generating ghost machines to manipulate the current environment. Also, components of the practical time machine can be used to create technology for the purpose of building cars, planes, and rockets that travel at the speed of light, building intelligent weapons, creating physical objects from thin air, using objects invisible, building super powerful lasers, building anti-gravity machines, creating strong metals and alloys, creating the smallest computer chip, collecting energy without any solar panels or wind turbines, making physical DNA, manipulating existing DNA, making single-cell organisms, controlling the software and hardware of computers and servers without an internet connection, and manipulating any object in the world.
Yeah.
This was in 2009.
Kids become homophobic.
So they're literally implementing this now.
Why do you think it's so important that they push out the skins, the NFTs, these skins, the way you look in there? The way you look in there, you can change how you look. Somebody can walk up to you, they be a whole Automobot. They be a whole Autobot. Be a whole character from another video game.
So
or he can just light pole.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm all bad. He can just be the light pole, just sitting right there.
Yeah. So they literally told you in this patent how they were going to roll out this VR stuff. So people just sitting up thinking it's just VR when it's literally about your spirit and your soul. They literally laid it all out for you all. It's telling you real world, virtual machine, creating the time machine. They literally in this patent step by step told you what they want to do. And now they're at the implementing phase.
Oh, bust your ass, nigga.
So if we're so far removed where we don't understand that the essence of you is your spirit and soul,
where you at, God? What's good then?
How people gonna make it out of this virtual
I definitely
stuff?
got the hands down best drip. I ain't gonna lie to you. I spent years on these drips. I ain't gonna lie to you. If you ain't glitched your mask,
Those are the things that we should be focusing on teaching our babies.
Yeah. Well, who said that? Is this nigga with the homeless Goodwill?
About their spirit, about their soul.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say.
Because they setting up for a reset for sure.
Oh,
they're literally resetting as we speak. They are resetting.
You talking about with the Walmart pants on?
And as usual, people so far behind the curve, they on some bullshit.
And he got the Gap. You talking about the Gap jacket?
That you're leaving the next generation out to dry.
Gap jacket on Gap.
But again, the choice still is yours. Nobody is hopeless in this situation. You're not hopeless. But sitting back and not doing anything and whining and complaining, that's like consent.
I know, because you don't got the taste like I got. You probably your taste.
Because if you don't know self, you don't know the importance of your soul and your spirit.
Like when you give a hood nigga that never been out his city, you know,
and that you are in control of your soul and your spirit.
Now, let me see what you got on.
How can anybody go into a virtual reality to save you?
T-shirt looking like. He said the black and yellow.
If you haven't started teaching your babies these principles,
stop, sir. That outfit is dookie.
Of who they are from a soul perspective.
Your outfit.
How are they supposed to survive it?
Hold on, stop, sir. Sir, you talking about with the Wrangler jeans? The Wrangler jeans? Hey,
that's why it all goes back to here at the end of the day. It really does.
You got on.
We got to get on our shit.
Let me cook this man.
Especially if you have young souls you are responsible for. You have to get on your shit.
Sir, what kind of shoes though? Hey, what kind of Nah, there you go. Okay, you got a Chanel.
Child, we ain't finna go over no history tonight, goddammit.
You don't have clothes right here. Ask, bro.
Hey, Auntie, this is what the elder Dr. Blair said. This is the spiritual puberty.
Actually, Dr. Dilbert Blair, before he transitioned, he told people that they should be in grad school. That's where I got that from. I didn't come up with that. That was Dr. Dilbert Blair.
But see, this the puberty. You know how you know how it's, you when you go to school, you going to school, but when you go through puberty, it's different. When your voice getting that acne,
right?
Changing like it's like when a woman is pregnant. This is happening. Like when a woman is pregnant, this happened. This is what it's this ain't no. You grad school. You can flunk out of grad school. You can skip school. You can't skip puberty.
Yeah, we gotta get it together, and all of this low level bullshit.
Look at this fit right here. Look at the fit right here, son.
Do any of that matter? Did you see anything in there talking about them giving a shit about
look at this fit I got on right here.
What you identify yourself as?
No,
did you see any of that in there?
I'm sorry.
No Bloods, no Crips, no nothing.
No.
Look at the hell.
They don't give a fuck about none of that, cause they after that soul, baby.
Yeah, I thought he was for real though. I thought he was swagging for real, man.
Never gonna get it, never gonna get it.
Never gonna get it, never gonna get it. They like, well, that bitch is crazy. She don't need to go nowhere. Let her old ass stay.
Turn on that 5G. Man, it's gonna be something else.
But the you know what? I told y'all why they had to put that 5G in there, and that 5G really ain't shit because they gotta go higher than that.
Yeah.
They cannot run this. To be honest, they cannot stand up Internet 3.0, the metaverse, on the current infrastructure that they have. They cannot do it.
Except for the ones with that graphene oxide, and then they can work that one.
I don't know what that means. I'm on the tech side right now.
That's the technical stuff they put in those jabs.
Okay. Well, none of that's gonna work if they're merging that with the virtual reality. They have to build the infrastructure. So 5G is just the introduction to the Internet 3.0 or VR 3.0. That 5G stuff, they're still trying to adjust it, because I don't know if you all paid attention. They were talking about, folks have been saying that the smaller planes falling out the sky and crashing, it actually went mainstream media where folks was linking that to the 5G. That happened while I was on this 2-week break. I was surprised they came out and said that. And some people was asking the FAA to get involved to stop the implementing of 5G because they felt that that was messing with the plane's technology. And of course, they said, no, they're going to move forward. But the point I'm trying to tell you all are they have to ramp up the frequency. So it's going to have to be past 5G in order to implement VR or virtual reality or AI the way they want to. I think China is probably up to testing 7 right now. I'm sorry. Go ahead, son, Scotty.
No, I was about to say the FCC and the Biden administration is already getting billions of dollars into improving that infrastructure, and tons of other like companies like Elon Musk and Starlink and all this other type of stuff that's creating this the trying to like now it's making sense why they trying to amp up all the money into that because they, like you're saying, they need that infrastructure to support that metaverse. And if you look it up, Biden administration, I think through the FCC is giving a lot of money to like different telecommunications infrastructure companies and stuff.
Yeah, because it's just like, you know, those of us that was around when the first internet came out. Remember that shit was dial up. It took you like forever to get a picture. That shit was coming like they had to upgrade the infrastructure for us to get to the point we are now to even be streaming live because there's a lot of data going across. So they have to have the infrastructure to support it. So the amount of data that has to go through the ethers is even much more than what we're doing now. So they have to build the infrastructure to do it. And that's in the meantime. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that's a combination of the satellites and low Earth orbit because they'll let you know that they ain't really in no outer space with the weather satellites in place. And the fiber optics and what's the other one? The cable. And so like, they need to take and also you can see they just basically taking free energy from the black sun, from the ether and the dome and shit, and then monetizing it and building a whole infrastructure around it, a whole matrix around it.
Absolutely. And shout out to somebody in the comments on one of the videos, messed me all the way up. I can't remember your screen name. I apologize. They said, mess me all the way up. They said, but the black sun is the AI. I said, damn it, baby. You knocked that out the park. Absolutely.
They've been using it. They've been using tech.
Exactly. And that's why I was so grateful that I ran across that information, because when I immediately ran across it, I'm like, oh my God, this is it. That's how they've been doing it. All they did was set that technology on top of Mother Earth's natural energy grid, which were and still is the tree roots and the energy she has in the ethers. They just set that tech on top of it, and they're running that AI on top of that.
What's that?
So that's why, exactly. That's why even that particular Black Sun AI has to be reset. Why do you think they're talking about them having all of these artificial suns? So it ain't like they're not telling you what they're doing. It's just, as usual, most folks aren't paying attention. They're focused on the wrong stuff. But yeah, I can't dispute anything you all said tonight. It's deep, but I mean, I just don't know what to say at this point. If we can't get the basics down and teach our babies the basics.
See, look, there you go
and
again.
Teach our
right
babies to be
whip,
strong on their own as spirits and souls. They're gonna be lost, and they're gonna be latching on to something or someone. And as long as you're latching on to something or someone, you have to roll with what their program is. So I'm just the old head that finally 20-something years, although I knew in my soul something wasn't right and I never fully bought into it. But it clicked to me, okay, wait a minute, I got to get my shit together, because this is all about me and what I'm going to do and what I'm going to create and what I'm going to allow them to cipher off of me. It's a steal, huh? So yeah, this is serious business. It's a serious time that we're in. Ooh. It's a good time, the flip side, because we get ready to see some amazing shit. Mark my words. We're going to see some amazing shit.
But I just realized you could go.
But it's serious. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
At the same time, we can't limit ourselves. Anytime you partake in any system of theirs, you have to be within certain parameters.
Hey, yo.
You're limited automatically. That's part of the agreement in any of their systems.
Yeah.
You have to give up so much in order for them to be equal.
Ooh, doggy.
Yeah.
Because you have to remember who it is that's actually looking for equal rights to something that doesn't belong to them at all. So it shouldn't even be about sharing any energy with them. As either as creators, we're going to create something specifically for our offspring, or others will continue to create stuff for them.
That part.
That shit's hard though. The country shit. The country.
And that's the crossroad.
My uncle really got that hold on.
That is the fort that the majority is at this moment. They at that fort.
Exactly.
And actually, they should be able to come and go any and everywhere as they please without being hooked up to the system at all. There should be no limits on your frequency. We should teach them that their frequency should never be the same. It should be constantly elevating. There are no limits to what they can do. So why put them in a simulation where there are limits? And you giving up control and power to somebody else.
Right. And you don't know how long it's going to take them to get out of it.
Right, because you have to get the coins in order to get the skins, and instead of the other, be able to upgrade the weapons and all these things that they have to do when they're fully powerful to begin with. But you give up your power to be in their game.
Exactly.
Instead of creating your own game.
Right.
Where you remain all powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
And it's about that frequency. If our babies elevated to frequencies where these things can't see them or touch them or come near them, we ain't got to worry about nothing.
Yep.
Because They're actually not our baby. They full beings just like we are having an experience.
Yeah.
They're quote unquote gods and goddesses. We're only supposed to give them a certain amount of guidance and direction. And then it's up to them. We can't enslave them either.
Yeah. If they have their
Just
free
like
will.
just like we reached a certain age and we wanted our lives. It didn't mean we didn't love our mother and father, but hell, you was a child at one time. Y'all did what y'all did, and now I'm here. I mean, that's the cycle. That's the way this shit works.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to prepare them to make the right decisions, and we can't indoctrinate them and then expect them to figure it out later.
And that's the part I'm talking about.
Because that's what we just
to lose.
That's what we all went through. That's what we went through.
Exactly.
And my child is growing up, know how to operate in the business world and the spiritual world, and is wanting to know who they are. You know, you can't wherever you take them, you can't beat them. You can't even be in the same space as them.
And that takes a lot of work to do that. And salute to you. And that's why, my nerves be getting bad when I see adults with bullshit. It's like, okay, the amount of work that you have to do on yourself, number one. And then if you're a parent, number two, or if you have grandbabies, how everybody got time to focus on bullshit instead of to the grind, getting these babies prepared. That's what our legacy is supposed to be about. That's why as a parent, you can sit back when you've done your job, and even if your child goes out there and make fucked up mistakes, it's going to hurt your heart, this, that, and the other, but you're not going to have no guilt behind it because you didn't laid it out, you didn't guided them, this, that, and the third.
You know they can handle this.
That's the only time it's fun is when you got like a whole bunch of people.
But you also have to provide for a safe space, a clean space.
I agree.
Even for yourself.
I 1000% agree.
That's energy wise. You have to keep the energy in your home clean.
Come on now, talk about it now.
A high frequency.
That's right.
Because going out in the world, they're going to be subjected to everything.
Yep.
They need to be able to come home and clean.
Have a safe space.
And be able to rest and heal.
Exactly.
To get all the rest of that bullshit off of them instead of going to sleep with all that bullshit on you, and it just get heavier day after day.
Exactly.
It continues to violate your space.
That part. Let me
get them niggas in that car.
That part. That's supposed to be the job of the parents. So when I be on here MF and NSB and talking about people don't have down the basics, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. And we're not being honest with ourselves. We're not being real with ourselves. When our babies don't have a comfortable environment. So yeah, this is serious business. Being a parent, that's a serious ass contract that you entered. That's a serious ass contract you entered. Now you don't have to do your part, but you're just gonna be repeating the cycle because everything is recorded. Everything is recorded. And your life's gonna be fucked up in the process as you finishing out this little cycle.
I'm sorry,
this is serious business.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why participating in some bullshit with some adults I can't do it. I'd rather cook grains of grits individually than to fucking be bothered.
He just get his car.
Now that is the funniest shit I ever heard in my life.
I swear I mean that because you know I love me some motherfucking grits. And I will get the motherfucking grits out, have that pan of water, and drop it grain by grain before I be involved in the fuckery.
So I just asked Chase. He had on his goggles. He was in the metaverse, and I said, Chase, what were you doing in there? He said, I was hanging out with my friends. I said, how many of your friends were in there? He said, it was 20 of us. I said, well, god dang, you got more friends in the metaverse than I'm doing on YouTube over here. I said, so what y'all doing there? He said, oh, nothing. We were just hanging out. I said, well, you said you were in the kitchen and you told somebody to put down the soda. He was like, yeah, somebody was in the refrigerator drinking up all the Fanta.
Now, he in the metaverse now. He in the metaverse is what you say. Not that they in y'all house in the living room.
No, he in the metaverse. And so I thought about it. I said, I done pulled the child out of school. He's homeschooled. And, part of the biggest issue with homeschooling is that social interaction that they miss. Yeah. And as much as you try, it's still not enough. Like, he does jiu-jitsu. We had him in soccer, but it's cold right now, so that won't roll around until the springtime. But it's just that interaction. They crave that. And it's like, you let them exist in these spaces. They make friends. They meet new people. And then you don't feel so bad as a parent that, hey, I know I took you out of school away from all your friends. I guess you can interact with them virtually. It's the least I can do, right? So it's just, I don't know. The struggles is real, trying to balance it all.
It is. I take my scarf off to you all. Because y'all really, really up against something. And even if you take the technology out the picture, just the way other parents move and how they're not interacting and raising their children plays a huge part and impacting your children. And I know that's showing my age. It's just totally different. It's totally different. So you just do the best that you can. But if they don't get anything out of it, they should be able, when they leave your home, they should know, basic principles, basic values, and they should know who they are, and they're responsible for self. And at the end of the day, the most precious thing is their soul and spirit, their consciousness, their peace of mind. And without that, you don't have anything. If we teach these babies these basics, it'll never leave them. Today, my parents don't know shit about no technology, none of that. But they sure in the fuck taught me basic values. And whether or not they was always on the up and up, that shit didn't matter. Back in the day, they didn't give a damn. I don't give a damn what you saw me do, what I tell you wasn't do. You ain't supposed to do. Now, I'm not saying it's going to work now. Because these badass kids will turn around, or children turn around and give you the finger. But I'm just telling you.
Mysteries in this motherfucker. What?
Nobody can convince me that it don't work.
Yo, niggas is like, what the fuck?
Children don't have to go out here and make the same mistakes that we done made. I'm grateful for my aunties and my uncles and, of course, my parents. I'm grateful for that because they sat down and told me the shit. They told me the good and the bad and had to come clean and tell on their damn self. Now, that doesn't mean that I agreed with them at the time, that I didn't believe them at the time, but I'm going to tell you what, it's stuck in my consciousness. And when it was decision-making time, I was able to access information and make a fucking decision. It is our job as parents to do that.
Oh yeah, I like that. I got that.
Don't think that they're not gonna get it. They are.
Oh, my boy got opinion on that motherfucker.
Yeah, because I don't have no kid, but I got hella nephews and nieces and little cousins and stuff. And I just remember my parents talking to me like, you know, I was able to understand, but I may have been like a toddler or whatever. And I remember it now, and I be talking to them the same way. Like, and they gonna get it later. They gonna remember their crazy Uncle Scotty that was like talking some stuff that they didn't really understand, but now they got it.
Right. That's what we supposed to do. I'm sorry, just like my little nieces and them. She was doing something to her daughter, my niece, and it was out of pocket. And my sister and me saw her do it, and we both swung around on a dime and said, "What are you doing? We didn't treat you like that. You're not going to treat her like that. You better get it together, and you better get it together real quick. That's not acceptable." That's how we're supposed to be doing stuff. We're supposed to be holding each other accountable. So if we can't even get the basics right, how the fuck we gonna talk about going to some metaverse, doing this, doing that? Bruh. Your household is messed up in 3D.
For real.
3D, 2D, 4D,
Exactly.
all the way fucked up. That's not funny.
We're just not being honest. We're not being honest.
Yeah, the masses of us are not ready. They're not ready to sit to the step.
No.
And that's okay, that's fine. And knowing that that's what it is. Like, okay, at least we know that we know who it is. You know, we have to comprehend, okay, we know who it is. We just gotta step up to the plate.
Exactly.
You know, press forward. Like for me, I'm learning this, gaining this information, and getting comfortable being in these spaces, so I'm able to give y'all this information, have it and do it on my own. Learn to check and be able to do it on my own.
Exactly.
Be able to do. Okay, I can do virtual reality. I can do augmented reality. I can do straight holographic reality right in front of you. Boom, holograms in different rooms, like they do on Star Wars. Boom, we got holograms. Ain't nothing.
And we depending on you, Uncle Twan, to watch out for the babies in the metaverse.
Well, we got
ethical people like you in there.
We got to just teach, and we got to just teach them how to, you know, defend themselves, to comprehend, you know, having
to navigate in there. If they're gonna be in there, they need to learn how to navigate in there.
Yeah, exactly. Having real conversations with people, comprehend when somebody is gaslighting you, comprehend when somebody is feeding you bullshit, comprehend the small talk between real talk, comprehending that tongue talk, knowing what these people are saying. Knowing like, yeah, he ain't good for you. This person is lying to you. How you know? Because they're saying this. What do you say? Well, I say this, and they say this. Yeah, they say that because they want to get you into what they're doing. Seriously, yes. Pay attention to what they're saying. Nah, you making them and drilling it in their head, giving them different scenarios. It's comprehending how your child learns, comprehend what he responds and she responds to, and teaching them so they can it hits to their core. Learning how they learn, seeing they like this. Okay, I can probably get them so I can teach them this. So when they in that verse, they're gonna be able to operate how they're supposed to, because we can't force it from them. You know, it's gonna be fed in their faces, and people gonna want what they can't get. You know, we gotta teach them how to have it on their own. We gotta learn how to build the tech, doing these things, and teach them how to do it, because they're gonna make a better version. Whoever make a better version, it don't matter. We know how to do it. Then they going in there. Yeah, these are the ones I made. Now I'm able to get into their system through their Oculus. They're gonna think I'm an Oculus, but it's not. It's mine. Watch this, mommy. Boop. Here's yours. You can watch me right here, and you'll be invisible next to me. Or you won't even gotta have the glasses. You can have a controller, however you want to have it. It can be a hologram, and you making it look like you just got a regular avatar in there. You changing your skin while you're in there. That's the whole point of it. But you got holograms, you operating, moving, you sitting up there. You got Elder around, she doing it from her computer. However you want to do it, you'll be able to operate. It's just what we have to comprehend it and do it on our own. And that's it sounds easy. It's the hard part, but that's how simple it is. We gotta tackle the hard. And we can do it. And we're ahead of the game right now. We know what we already got the imagination and the creativity. Come on now. Now we gotta do it on our own. We can't keep giving them the arena and we walking and we banging on the door.
Mm-hmm. Right. You have to constantly be a creator without consenting to the bullshit.
See, we supposed to keep buying up all this real land. How you think they're gonna start having these free spaces? Where these spaces at? Because people gonna want to go into the real world. They still gonna want to be in the virtual reality, but in the real world. They still need real space. They still need to live. They still gonna need food. And they're gonna start making decisions. These niggas I don't have to put on these headphones. I ain't gotta go in these pods. I can see Sis Rhonda. I see Rhonda in her garden and get real fruit. I can do all that on my own and with around people who care for me. I'm gonna go over here. I'm not going in this pod in New York. I'm not doing that. That's how we offset that.
Yeah, well, I already told y'all where I'm gonna be. In
your garden.
You gotta know the code to get there.
Yeah, you're gonna have the code. Virtually, and you're gonna have real people coming up on you. You're gonna have people pulling up on you, getting that real.
So
you're right.
I wish everybody well, but it's really it's past time to have real conversations with the babies. Let them know that there are consequences and reactions. For every action, there's a reaction with this technology. And let them understand what the true connection of that technology is. Have those real conversations with them.
Yep.
So, all right. Well, I know, child, we ain't discussed a bit of history tonight. That's okay. Well, actually, shit, we done went in the future. We done told y'all. So y'all heard it here first via Nisi Poo and nephew that they gonna be fucking around all this stuff that we going over that people think they the master of and want to cuss you out down to the ground because they feel you ain't telling it properly. They finna change them timelines anyway. So y'all heard it here first. So when y'all come back to me with the bullshit, saying there were no Indians, there were no cowboys, there were no white people, I'm just going to be like, okay, I ain't going to argue with you motherfuckers and none of that. So I'm going to know the timeline been changed once again. And I'm going to sit with my medication that I done grew from scratch and say, okay. So you heard it here first. I done pulled up the patent for you. We've been telling y'all where this shit is going. So that's down to the ether timelines on down to your genetic DNA, to your spirit and soul. But you have to consent. At the end of the day, nobody's forcing you to do anything. You have to consent. So that's what you need to be teaching the babies. They have a choice. You have to consent. But when you consent, understand what you're consenting to. And if you want to play in this realm, that's fine. But what do you want to get out of that realm?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. So, nephew, Twan, what you got for the family for last words?
Hey, just adapt. Just, step into your role. Step into that role. That's all they got to do. All you got to do is step into that role, learn what you can learn, and create your own. Create your own. Focus on creating your own. Being that man, that woman tinkering in your house, just making your own. Making whatever you can make. Creating it on your own. And using that resource. Moving and operating and evolving from there. That's how you combat that. So we got to move on our own. Mama Earth is backing you. the creator, the source is backing you. You are backing you. Your ancestors are backing you. This is your time to do it. This is your reset along with their reset. It's everybody reset. You're able to go and you got clear ground. You ain't got to be scared of it. You just need to learn what you need to learn so you can have it on your own.
Indeed. Nisi Pooh, you have any last words for the family?
I just want to say thank you, Brother Twan, for bringing your wisdom, and everybody, the panel, Auntie Rhonda, Uncle Sean, Sister Sandra, Brother Scotty. I appreciate y'all. And everybody in the chat, thanks for listening in. And that's pretty much all I got. I'm just thankful and grateful to still be breathing on this Mama Earth here. And thankful for all the wisdom that y'all bestow. So peace and love, y'all.
Peace and love, Nisi Pooh. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, well, tonight was very interesting. We started off talking about basically doctrine, and we ended up in the metaverse.
Yeah, we never know where it's gonna go. That's why these series be taking me so long now. But it's gotta,
and that's okay.
Yeah, it's gotta go this way.
And that's okay, because this is what's needed. This is what's needed. We see why it started off talking about that, and we see why we started off talking about what we're talking about. The doctrines, these false narratives, these timelines ain't never going to go away until we destroy them and create something else. We living in the matrix. We is inside of the terraforming. We are surviving through this terraforming. And so the doctrine to the metaverse, you got to know, like Brother Swan was saying, you got to create. Like you say, Ms. Ron, all the time, you have to create. Like them patents is saying, they worried about our consciousness. They not worried about your title or how much money you make or your gender or your race or whatever terraformed, made up bullshit that it is.
Right.
Like you say, Ms. Rhonda, and like Swan was saying, it's about your consciousness. So they're going to have a doctrine. They're going to have a new internet, a new matrix for your consciousness. Because that's all that fucking matters.
Yep.
So keep your discernment up, people. You got to see through the doctrine. You got to know when somebody on the bullshit. You got to know that this is another version of some terraformed colonization, alphabet boys, wherever the fuck it is. They coming at you from all corners, every angle. But at the end of the day, what are they studying? What are they trying to harvest? What do they need you to participate in? It's about you.
That's right.
Your consciousness. Your consciousness. So that's all.
All right. All right. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
It's tough.
I know, girl. We old. Shit.
I admit it, and I don't mind it because I got here.
It is what it is.
Yeah, we got here, see, so that's a good thing. But I have to say that it's more. There's more than the matrix they're showing us. It's these underlying currents that they have put out there for us to trip over, and we're gonna make it because we are the originals to this planet. They had to use us to get here. So if they have to use us to get here, they got to use us to stay here.
Exactly.
So I'm good. I'm good. I'm just happy that we had a lot of revealing things tonight, and it carries back to all of the things of ancient days. And oh boy, AI. He wants to be in control of everything now because he was thrown out of control years ago, centuries ago. And so these people want him back and he wants to come back. It's like that Star Trek stuff where the two people wanted to experience love again in the physical flesh. And that's what he wants to do. experience the physical flesh that we have. And we shouldn't give up that physical flesh because he's in the spirit and he can't get back without us. So I'm appreciative to all the contributions. I learned a lot listening to about the metaverse because I ain't have a clue what it's all about. But as we read that that patent they have out there, I understood that really well because I have done remote viewing for a while if I want to. So I can see what they're talking about, and it's pretty good.
All right, sis. Good deal. Good deal. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, you are still the greatest technology that you don't know shit about.
Well.
You know more about the creations of other than the creation of self. Unlimited power, unlimited everything. The only limits you have are self-imposed. It doesn't matter what somebody else suggested or wrote down. It didn't take effect on you until you agreed to, until you consented. When are you going to consent to your higher, unlimited self? Love y'all. Bonus and power.
Indeed. Thank you all so much, family. Thank you to Brother 832. It was good hearing your voice. Thank you to Nephew Twan for coming on, putting us up on game. We truly appreciate you. And Brown Wolf Shaka sends a shout out to you as well, Nephew Twan. And thank you to Nephew Christopher, Mr. Christopher, for coming on as well, confirming things for us on the tech side. Thanks, Nisi Pooh. Thanks, of course, to son Scotty. Thanks to sis Sandra, and thanks to brother Sean. And thank you to the YouTube family. Thank you to the chat. Y'all was in here doing an excellent job as usual. I saw a couple of new people in here. But they started off rough for the couple new people that I saw in here. But they
caught on.
Yeah, they got it. They're like, oh, yeah, I told y'all would be like, oh, I like this lady too. I can't stand that damn lady. That's just the way I roll, and I'm okay with that. It ain't about no kumbaya session with me. But thank you all, everyone in the chat. Thank you to the YouTube family for supporting us. So, we gonna be back next week. We supposedly and allegedly gonna get on this history stuff. But we just gotta see where the energy moves. So I guess I better hurry up and finish this shit before y'all fuck around in the metaverse and let that timeline change. So I gotta save my goddamn books, but even with that shit, they could erase books or change what's the fuck up in this book. So we're gonna be back next week, family. We appreciate you all. I know, thank you, son Scotty. I know you sent the super chat. And thank you to brother Jeff who sent the super chat. Thank you so much. It's appreciated. So we gonna rock out, fam. With the new little music that I got that's exclusively to this show. And I did it for y'all millennials. That beat is for y'all, goddammit. I was like, twerk it, twerk. I'm like, yeah, that beat is hard. So that's for y'all. So anyway, love y'all, and we'll see you all next week. So peace and love, family.
Bonus and power.
Bonus and power. Y'all be.
30. You should have went to one with 4 people. I went off that first reaction, nigga. Hey, join me. It's got 5 people in it. Jack Bush with. I think it's the same one though. Them niggas inside, man. Niggas ain't even outside. Niggas is not gonna come outside. Somebody in this bitch. Who is Buck Johnson? Somebody on my list named Buck Johnson. Who the fuck is Buck Johnson? I got so many random people on my list. You say it's a nigga here that's on my friend list. Buck Johnson. It's 5 in this one. 7. Not 7. Nah, I'm online. Well, I gotta add you. I gotta add you. Hold on. Are you Buck Johnson? Say you in here. No, let's say nah. It's not you. Who is Buck Johnson then? I see you way up. I see Crack a Bully. I see Fresh. I see Crack the Boy. I am KQB. Way up. Truckload. Somebody in here on my friends list. Oh, there you go. I see you, Junior. Yeah, I forgot your gamer tag is OGTC3. So who is this other nigga here that's on my list? Hold on. It's not a private session. Oh, we can shit. We don't need to, goddamn. I don't need to, nigga. We know who each other is, nigga. I mean, that's only when it's another CEO crew. That's what I want to do, bro. When it's another CEO crew, we just go against their shit. But ain't nobody in this shit up. These niggas inside. Yeah, I'll join this shit for sure. I mean, might as well. I was just saying you have to. If you want to. But shit. Let's see the niggas come outside. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what I don't know. Drop him. Who is this red nigga right here? Nerd. like a crackhead. No, I'm finna go find. I'm looking for a new session. I'm looking for a more turn session. But if it's too full, I'm just come right back. Is what? 17? What? Chill out. Y'all lying like a mother. Y'all lying. How did you get full that quick, bro? It was just what? What the fuck? Are you serious? Man, that shit filled up in like 6 seconds. Cause ain't no way, bro. I was just gone for like 4 seconds. What the fuck? Nah, it's about to. I'm loading. I'm like, how you get to 18? It was just on like 8. It was good though. Slide. You're a demon, daddy. Oh wait, is this it's a free aim session or not? Is this free aim or not? I don't know. I hate shit that's not free aim. I mean, it's cool actually. I don't mind no more. If you go from not free aim. I'm pulling up. Pulling up in that white motherfucker. Yeah. Invite me to your what's called it, Dorian. You in pink, nigga. Oh. I was join the motorcycle club. Y'all did a motorcycle club or what? Oh, yeah. Next time do a motorcycle club. Should give you more shit you can do. You send me the Jack Boy Switch? Yep, there we go. I got it. Hey, let's load up real quick somewhere. Hold on. Wait for me, yo. I'm trying to follow y'all. God damn. I know. Call Lester real quick. Hey, call Lester real quick. Let's group up real quick. We all over the map. Y'all keep moving, nigga. Y'all keep moving. Y'all in motion. I've been following y'all. Right. No, you good. I'm saying I was just following y'all in that circle. That's what I was saying. Just pull up real quick. Just link up. And then we, you know. Just call Lester, bro. Like, keep it smooth, you know what I'm saying? Yep. Helicopter. No, it's a helicopter. It's a helicopter from the. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. That's not the police, bro. It's that. Dorian, it's that brown It's that brown helicopter, bro. It's not the. That's not the police. It's that brown helicopter. You see it? Hey, I'm not sure you're talking about a game chat. Let's link up somewhere.
over at the clothing store down the street. Yeah, I'm just getting some swag real quick. I got your back, nigga. Wait tomorrow. Yeah, who? Yeah, who you just brought with? Come on. Come back. Why you leave the clothing store? Come back. I got that came out. I came out with that motherfucker. Come on, where you at? Why you leave the clothing store? Come back. It's the clothing store, bro. Oh, okay, huh? Go ahead. Yeah, I came out. I came out, almost killed him. I came out, almost killed him for you. And then they drove away. I had him. I'm outside. I'm inside. I'm inside. Bro. I thought I did, nigga. Did I? Oh, I gotta leave that one first. Damn, nigga. This charger nice, ain't it? The Martin Blue. Hey, send it again, Dorian. I thought you said I wasn't in it, man. I thought you was saying I was still on bro shit. My bad. Need to be crashing, boy. Heard. Are you backing up? Hey, stop moving, stop moving, stop moving, stop moving. Got him. Oh, he blew us up. Hold on. Stop moving, stop moving, stop moving, stop moving. Hold on. Nigga, I'm gonna shoot this nigga while he trying to do that bullshit bombing and shit. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, you ain't really got to stop moving.
can tell you stop moving, just slow down. The nigga said, "Nigga, stop moving. Don't mean stop moving, nigga." that nigga said, "Oh shit, I'm getting hit. Boy, God, that's why I don't like that regular aim shit. Nigga hit you from out of nowhere." Oh God. Time to turn to White Castle, man. Time to turn to some sliders. God damn. Call that slider out. That's some whole ass shit, man. Lucky ass bitch, man. This shit fake as fuck. Shit pissing me off. Lay down, Moana. Don't do that. It's an op over here by me. Jet boy, pull on me. There's a few of them over here. Good God Almighty, this shit is getting backed up. Pull up. Got him, Scotty. Fuck that whole ass nigga up, man. That ugly ass outfit, bitch ass nigga. Ooh, I like this. This area nice as hell. Hey, this assist to aim is so easy too, bro. What the fuck? I keep killing that nigga right there. With that polo jacket on. That nigga dookish. Damn, Junior, what the fuck? Bro, a pink died. Nigga, I'm on your team, bro. There's a pink. There's pink. This nigga started shooting right at him like, this nigga, man. Now I can see when I can tell on my screen. I can see if it's an enemy or not. This nigga got us on foot. I feel it. Man, we gotta chill on foot running the block. This shit crazy. He right that dream. Yep. Come back this way, Jerry. Bring him towards us, bro. Run him towards us. Or drop him real quick. Pull up right here. Stop right here. Yep. Where you at? Come here. Where you going? Sorry, what you doing? Why you just leave us, nigga? This nigga just. Whoa. Well, put that weed down, bro. pulled up and drove off and said, "Thought y'all were in the car." Ram his ass. Ram his ass. Hold on, stop. I'm gonna get out. When you get good enough, when you get close enough, I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna hop out. Hey, when you get close enough, I'm gonna hop out. Don't worry, don't drive right behind him. Get on the right side of the road, yeah. And then you can't do that shit. Never mind, hold on. Go ahead, just go, bro. Just go, you go. You just go. Got him, I killed that nigga too.
Small money.